Dyer wave
3.
Our anthropology is not derived by human psychology or, empirical data from MIT or something like this. It's derived from the revealed aspect of what we see in Christology. And so there's no real way to diagnose man's problem and to understand man and man's anthropology, as I said, without the right theology. Logos is the icon of the Father, and man is the icon of God. We are the image of God.
Dyer wave
3.
misspelled Phronimos. I'm going to hell.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Why are you all red?
Because I have new lights. Red and blue. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
You froze for a minute, so.
I was just messing.
Welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming on. It's been a while. We've not had Father Deacon Dr. Ananias with us. I dozed off. I'm a little late. I just woke up, so I'm drinking some coffee here, trying to figure out where I'm at, who I is, what is happening. And I think that red is a little bright. My red's coming in harsh.
It kind of looks cool. It's red and then blue.
Yeah. Let's see if we can turn it down.
If I move a lot, it's because my chair is uncomfortable. Forgive me, guys.
That's a little better. Now I look like a frozen.
Do you know what it looks like?
What?
Do you remember the 3D glasses back from the 80s that you get with the red and blue?
I actually am in 3D. It is a three-dimensional discussion that we're having. I'm in the third dimension, although the screen looks two-dimensional. Welcome, everybody. I'm on Jurassic Park. Somebody said, I don't know what that means, but can everybody hear us good? We good? Can you hear Father Deacon?
Can you hear me? How's that sound?
We good? I think so. Everybody, be sure and hit like and share. We had a lot of positive statements, a lot of positive comments on the previous debate reviews. So naturally, we have to have our good friend, Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, because he is a very talented debater as well. He's done some debates with atheists on the Discord and, of course, with Matt Slick fairly recently. So welcome, everybody. If you want to support, we'll be answering your super chats with the Streamlabs link there as we progress throughout this discussion. And remember that I will be splitting tonight's super chats with Dr. Ananias. Not the Dr. Ananias with us. There's another guy in Norway that I found by that name that I'm going to split the super chats with him. So it will literally be split with Father Ananias. So
thank you.
Anything you want to update us on? I know you've been doing some catechism classes. I've shared some of those links. Anything else you want to let us know is going on with you?
Yeah, the catechism classes, I'm going to have to readjust those because now I'm teaching at one of the colleges, teach at two colleges, but one of them's online at the exact same time Monday. So I'm just going to have to figure out a new time to do that. I'm also thinking about putting some other course material together, maybe some ethics, political philosophy. Of course, there's my logic courses. And then just finished my paper on Eric Vogelin's and entitled Scientific Gnosticism and Technocratic Totalitarianism.
Wow.
So looking forward to presenting that next week. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'll be glad
You'll
to
be
see
there.
you. And
yeah, I'm super excited about that.
I'm presenting a paper that I wrote in crayon, and most of it I'll be making up the night before. So actually,
you know what I was thinking about
doing a footnote with a crayon is really difficult, by the way.
I was one or two things. You guys can help me with this. I was actually thinking of like retranslating my paper into kind of kindergarten pictures, or I could charade and act it out.
Yes.
I mean, given the state of our world and where people are at intellectually, I was actually thinking that might be a great idea.
the braille, visible braille. What's it called?
Pie charts and for sticky stars
for the blind and deaf people. I'll do it for the you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Braille.
Visible braille. Because it wouldn't work. I just realized that was funny because it wouldn't work because.
Oh, and then what I'd like to do is visually. What are those things where they do the eye test color, where there's all the dots, like red dots, and then there's like the yellow numbers dots in the background?
Rorschach.
You know where you have to test.
We're talking about a Rorschach.
Yeah.
No, I don't
Why
know
don't we just do our papers like that, where there's a bunch of dot and like then the actual text behind, and you could have it up on the PowerPoint.
ACTs?
I can't see it.
SATs?
It's because you're.
Is that what we're talking about?
You know what I'm talking
No,
about,
I
right?
don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody in the chat help me out. I feel like I'm sound like an idiot here.
The chat don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. By the way, welcome everybody. I got a hot top fade now. I got that sweet hot top fade that we did on our own. Let the animals come and crunch off. I had to put a little peanut butter on my hair so the animals would come and chew and crunch off. And then I did give myself a vanilla ice lines, but you can barely see them. All right, now we have not heard tonight's debate, and so I think that's a little more fun because the previous debates were only one of those I had heard, and so this one is one that neither of us have heard. So I think you're going to be hearing from us in terms of critiquing both individuals. Don't know who is going to win this debate, but this is the number 2 biggest debate on YouTube with, I think, 3, 4, 5 million views. So it's William Lane Craig versus Christopher Hitchens, excuse me, about does God exist. You ready to go, Father?
Yes, let's do it.
And just feel free to, hand signal me or flip me off, or I'm joking. Whatever it is you do to let me know if you want to make a point while they're talking. But I'm going to fast forward to where they begin.
Don't we have that thing where we could set up like the electric shock?
Distance learning program.
Yes. Woo, it's getting ruckus up in here.
Students of all stripes. Now, it's your job tonight.
Okay, we don't want to hear that. Hush.
Kind of sounds like Jordan Peterson.
I don't know who's first.
He was a law professor and broadcast journalist who's nationally
Yeah, we know.
so very generous.
I got a 20-minute introduction.
It's a very structured debate according to classical lines until the questions at the end. We begin with an opening argument, 20 minutes to Professor Craig. Professor?
Ooh. So William Lane Craig opening up here.
Good evening. I am very excited to be participating in this debate tonight. Jan and I used to sit in those very bleachers right over there watching our son John run up and down this court as a forward on the Biola Eagles. And so I feel like I'm playing on the home court tonight. And I want to commend Mr. Hitchens for his willingness to come into this den of lambs and to defend his views tonight. On the other hand, if I know Biola students, I suspect that a good many of you, when you came in tonight, said to yourself, I'm going to check my own views at the door, and I'm going to assess the arguments as objectively as possible. I welcome that challenge. You see, the question of God's existence is of interest not only to religion, but also to philosophy. Now, Mr. Hitchens has made it clear that he despises and disdains religion, but presumably he is not so contemptuous of philosophy. Therefore, as a professional philosopher, I'm going to approach tonight's question philosophically, from the standpoint of reason and argument. I'm convinced that there are better arguments for theism than for atheism. So, in tonight's debate, I'm going to defend 2 basic contentions. First, that there's no good argument that atheism is true. And secondly, that there are good arguments that theism is true. Now, notice carefully the circumscribed limits of those contentions.
Now, I would point out here already from the outset, we're going to have the kind of the typical critique that I would have of William Lane Craig, which is that and maybe this is just my own preferences here, but I don't think it's very helpful to start out the debate by not specifying what kind of God we're talking about. Because this style of debate of appeal to, as we just saw in the Meyendorff book a couple nights ago, to generic theism doesn't work. And that's really what we're appealing to here is there are reasons to believe in God. God does exist. There are no good arguments to believe he does not exist. What God? Who? Satan? Aristotle's God? the God of Scientology, the God of Jehovah's Witnesses, the God of Islam. That is already, I think, a problem point. What do you think, Father Deacon?
Yeah. And the problem too, I mean, we've talked about this before, because of the word concept fallacy, that the term God's not important, it's the concept. And that's going to open up for criticism, possibly from Hitchens, that, what is it they always say, of the 99
like
gods.
what about Flying Spaghetti Monster? Like, what
I just go a step further. Why do you reject 99 of all the, let's say there's 100 notions of God.
Yeah.
And you say 99 of them are false, but I accept the one.
Right.
And then he'll say, I just go a step further by rejecting the one. Well, that's a fallacy of equivalence, that you're actually talking about the same thing. So he will open himself up for that if he doesn't actually specify exactly intentionally what those words, and I'm meaning that in the philosophic sense of directed at the word being directed at a particular entity with the unique properties being triadic, having the energies and these various things, certain notions of will. So yeah, big mistake. I think it's going to open him up for that future critique by
and also Hitchens. Too by beginning the argument by saying that there are good arguments for God. It's a little weak, because I mean, I think that the strength of the transcendental argument is that there's nothing but arguments for the Christian God. It's not that there's a lot of probabilistic reasons to believe there might be a God, or a 95% chance maybe there's a God, as the evidentialists usually class the argument. And the biblical presentation is not probabilism, but certitude. Know for a certainty, Peter says, that Christ rose from the dead. So
were the apostles going around?
Look, there might be a first cause. There's like literally 80% chance there's a first cause. Don't you see?
Didn't you know that St. Paul on Mars Hill, after he had taken statistics course, he had integrated that into his apologetic program. And he had, on Mars Hill, was speaking to the pagans, philosophers, and he said 82% actually. 82.005 chance
that there might be a generic theism.
There might be a generic God.
Yeah. All right, let's get on with William Lane Craig here.
We're not here tonight to debate the social impact of religion or Old Testament ethics or biblical inerrancy. All interesting and important topics, no doubt, but not the subject of tonight's debate, which is the existence of God.
What's that?
It's good that he did that.
Okay.
I don't know what you think, but it's good to say so just generally speaking, I don't mind what he's actually doing. This is what we're doing. Actually, I start my classes like this. This is what we'll be doing in class, and I will not be entertaining these questions here. We're not talking about that. So you already kind of set
the limits
at the beginning. So that is a good move on his part.
Okay, good point.
Consider then my first contention, that there's no good argument that atheism is true. Atheists have tried for centuries to disprove the existence of God, but no one's ever been able to come up with a successful argument. So rather than attack straw men at this point, I'll just wait to hear Mr. Hitchens present his arguments against God's existence, and then I'll respond to them in my next speech. In the meantime, let's turn to my second main contention, that there are good arguments that theism is true. On your program insert, I outlined some of those arguments. Number one, the cosmological argument. The question of why anything at all exists is the most profound question of philosophy. The philosopher Derek Parfit says, no question is more sublime than why there is a universe, why there is anything, rather than nothing.
Okay, stop it there.
Typically, atheists have answered this question.
Sorry, I got it. I thought that was really important. I'm going to keep stopping, otherwise we'll never get through.
No, that's fine. Stop whenever you want. I'm going to grab a book while you talk.
That question is excellent. Why does anything exist? That is, in fact, and he probably doesn't know this, but that is a transcendental question. So in order to answer that, you're going to have to get into something like a transcendental argument. So that actually is the most profound question that could be asked. Why does anything exist? Because within that, you could have what are the necessary conditions for sense experience, intelligibility, all the various things, but in the most general sense, anything at all. So that itself is not a bad question. And by the way, if I was Hitchens, I would probably ask, what would disproving look like? Because he says, none of these arguments have been disproven. I'd just throw it back on William Craig that what would disproving look like? What would a good argument against? Anyways, that's all I had to say.
Well, just like last time, there's a lot of problems with the cosmological argument as it's typically presented. And I know he does a Kalam cosmological argument, but it's interesting that the modern Thomists, as we covered with the Phaser book, they've actually given up the causal chain approach. Mm-hmm. And Phaser argues that I'll go ahead and bite the bullet and say that I'm not interested in trying to disprove eternal creation and eternal matter. I'm going to use the hierarchical series version of the cosmological argument, which is just a series of dependence chains, right? That what is potential here in the now requires or is grounded in something that is actual. And so you can look at everything around you in your life and your existence, and everything will eventually move up this hierarchical dependence chain to a some kind of purely actualized actualizer. The problem, of course, is that the purely actualized actualizer argument or the first cause argument typically defines this generic God as pure act. And the pure act God, if he's eternally pure act, as most of those proponents say, then he's eternally actualizing to be eternally pure act, or else the words don't have any meaning. And that requires something other, something outside of, something ad extra, that he's eternally actualized. And this does not work. This is why you cannot have this definitional sense or this simplicity approach to making God identical to pure act in terms of what he is in his inner self or inner essence or in his simplicity. And almost all, as Dr. Bradshaw notes, almost all of these natural theology arguments are predicated on divine simplicity. Now, with William Lane Craig, it's a little weird because I don't think he understands that you can't have a Christology or an essence energy distinction theology separate from your apologetic and separate from your Christology. But I've heard him debate Bishop Barron, and he uses the Orthodox essence energy arguments. But these are not compatible with the natural theology, causal chain arguments that you're making. That's the point here, is that he's trying to have his cake and to eat it too. If he's debating a Roman Catholic, he's going to use the Orthodox essence energy distinction arguments. But if he's debating an atheist, he's going to use Thomistic simplicity arguments. And they're really, the systems don't comport is the point. And by the way, there's a great critique of the cosmological argument that is a little, it's a little abstract, but I'm going to get to that later on. There's a whole section dedicated to it in the classic Van Til's apologetic book by Bahnsen. And we're going to look at the philosophical problems that are similar to the things that I just listed, with just sort of just throwing out this causal approach argument. Anything else you want to say before we go back?
No, that's it. That's fine.
Question by saying that the universe is just eternal and uncaused. But there are good reasons, both philosophically and scientifically, to think that the universe began to exist. Philosophically, the idea of an infinite past seems absurd. Just think about it. If the universe never began to exist, That means that the number of past events in the history of the universe is infinite. But mathematicians recognize that the existence of an actually infinite number of things leads to self-contradictions. For example, what is infinity minus infinity? Well, mathematically, you get self-contradictory answers. This shows that infinity is just an idea in your mind, not something that exists in reality. David Hilbert, perhaps the greatest mathematician of the 20th century, wrote, "The infinite is nowhere to be found in reality. It neither exists in nature nor provides a legitimate basis for rational thought. The role that remains for the infinite to play is solely that of an idea." But that entails that since past events are not just ideas, but are real, the number of past events must be finite. Therefore, the series of past events can't go back forever. Rather, the universe must have begun to exist. This conclusion has been confirmed by remarkable discoveries in astronomy and astrophysics.
One thing I could say at this point is that, so imagine that we do convince somebody that the universe had a beginning with this line of argument, which, by the way, requires a lot of abstract and perhaps debated types of things like what is infinity, what is the nature of a material object in succession, what is the causal relation between objects, what is quote existence, what are ideas, right? This argument as he's presenting it relies on a whole bunch of things that I don't even know if we're justified in making these leaps. And this is always what happens with the proponents of the classical arguments, is that they just assume that everybody agrees and we all know that all of these things that we just listed, this vast list of epistemic and metaphysical things just are the case. It just is. We all know that stuff's the case. And if you grant me all my presuppositions, I can prove to you this point, right?
And by the way, so he's making a fundamental mistake. If you go read Aristotle's Metaphysics, where he goes over a lot of these arguments, the problem is that Craig's taking an infinite set of things and saying that's impossible. And then he's conflating an infinite set as referring to things with time. Mm-hmm. And says, well, there can't be an actual infinite set of, well, that's a category error. Aristotle himself, who thought the universe was eternal, would not say there were an infinite set of things, an actual infinite set of things in the universe. And if you go through the metaphysics, you'll see what these arguments are. So that's the first thing I'd point out, is you're making a category conflation there. The very notion of time is a division. So that doesn't mean that there has to actually be a first. If you go through the Aristotle arguments, and again, I don't think Aquinas' argument...
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Aristotle believes in eternal matter. He believes that the actualizer has always actualized prima materia and moved it. So in other words, as I pointed out on the previous William Lane Craig stream, why do we have to think that there's a first temporal cause? I mean, Aristotle doesn't believe in creation ex nihilo. I mean, isn't William Lane Craig here to defend the Christian doctrine of creation? Or is he here to defend the, Ed Phaser doctrine of eternal creation?
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Do you guys see what we're saying? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Absolutely.
One of the most startling developments of modern science, we now have pretty strong evidence that the universe is not eternal in the past, but had an...
So we have pretty strong evidence that there was a creation of the world. Does Hebrews 11:1 say that there's pretty strong evidence that there may have been a beginning point of the universe? No, it says that we know by faith, right? And it speaks of this in a sense of certitude, that the worlds were formed out of nothing by the word of God, right? And so even William Lane Craig himself has a whole book defending creation ex nihilo, and I know he believes in creation ex nihilo, but how are we going to defend the idea on the one hand that there's a God outside of time and space who begins this causal chain, but we're not going to be interested in defending the idea that he's a personal God, that he's a Trinity, and that he creates ex nihilo, you see? Because anybody could adopt these same arguments and say, well, okay, but I don't accept creation ex nihilo. I accept Aristotle's eternal mover.
Yeah.
Absolute beginning about 13 billion years ago in a cataclysmic event known as the Big Bang. What makes the Big Bang so startling is that it represents the origin of the universe from literally nothing. For all matter and energy, even physical space and time themselves, came into being at the Big Bang. As the physicist P.C.W. Davies explains, the coming into being of the universe, as discussed in modern science, is not just a matter of imposing some sort of organization upon a previous incoherent state, but literally the coming into being of all physical things from nothing. Now, this puts the atheist in a very awkward position. As Anthony Kinney of Oxford University urges, a proponent of the Big Bang theory, at least if he is an atheist, must believe that the universe came from nothing and by nothing. But surely that doesn't make sense. Out of nothing, nothing comes. So why does the universe exist instead of just nothing? Where did it come from? There must have been a cause which brought the universe into being. Now, as the cause of space...
So there's a little bit of circularity going on there, because it's absurd to say that the universe came into being out of nothing. It can't be an infinite causal chain. And so it had to have had some kind of external causation. But the problem is that this argument requires a supernatural movement. Okay, so we've been in the domain of created causation. And this is the point that Hume makes with the pumpkin patch, which is that, when you have the generations of pumpkins from one generation to the next, the pumpkin seeds, where do you get the great pumpkin in that chain? Okay, so we've got nothing but natural causation. Causation in the natural world appeals to natural theology in the sense of just looking at the world and seeing that one event leads to the next event. I would just simply, again, appeal to David Hume here to say, number one, where is the perception of causation in these events? It's as if none of these classical apologists have ever read David Hume. If they have, then they would know that they need to justify the rest of these claims, because remember, all of these approaches begin on the peripatetic axiom approach, that everything that we know about the world comes from our sense data. Now, we have to be careful because William Lane Craig is a divine conceptualist, so he does not believe that all of metaphysical reality or all of epistemology strictly derives from sense data. But he does believe that man derives his knowledge of the external world through perceiving the divine ideas. He's a divine conceptualist, but as we'll see, because he does not make the divine ideas distinct from God in terms of his essence, he's going to be stuck in Platonism. Any position that collapses the divine ideas into God in terms of its simplicity doctrine, to my knowledge, even though he tried against Barron to defend the essence-synergy distinction, he's going to smush the divine ideas into God. So anything that's infinite or eternal has to, by definition, be God. But we don't believe that as Orthodox. In other words, there's a really important doctrine that we have called the doctrine of the aeon, which is that there's a timeless created eternity. So, in other words, for us, there is created infinites. There are created infinities that are not identical to the infinity that is the interior life of God himself. And William Lane Craig does not know that or believe that. So he's going to actually end up, if he's consistent, in Platonism.
And time. This being must be an uncaused, timeless, spaceless, immaterial being of unfathomable power. Moreover, it must be personal as well.
Now here we got a little bit of a leap here. So now we're moving to things that are really only justified through divine revelation. But how is it that we're going to, through the natural causal means, to establish that he's one, he's simple, he's the beginning cause, he's outside of time and space, whatever things he listed. But he's also personal, you see. But in this classical framework, you have this notion that some of the doctrines that he's arguing for here are based in revelation, and some of the arguments are based in natural theology. And what I'm trying to say is that that divide between the two doesn't make sense if you believe in Orthodox theology, which is biblical, right? Because there is no, in other words, the oneness of God is just as much a revealed doctrine as the fatherhood of God. So God's personhood is just as much a revealed doctrine as is the doctrine of his unity and simplicity. There's no arbitrary divide between the ones that we put in the category over here of natural theology that are self-evident, and then over here is Trinity, personhood, virgin birth. Those are the doctrines of revelation. Do you see that Thomism has that two-tiered scheme?
Yes.
But the problem is that there's no way to justify the two-tiered scheme, because in Orthodox theology, in the theology of the fathers, all of what you know is what you know on the basis of revelation. Now, there's different types of revelation, right? There's revelation that God gives us about the created order, and there is revelation that he gives us about himself. But there is no natural theology and no natural revelation, precisely because all knowledge of the created order and of God is the logi.
That's right. So they're not separated. We bring this up all the time with Demetrius Stanilois.
Right.
By the way, that's out of print, and I heard it's like anywhere from $90 to like $130 now. Good news, it means people are reading Demetrius Stanilois. But one of the problems is, we brought this up, this radical kind of dichotomy between natural reason and revelation. And as Demetrius Stanilois says, and Jay, you can get that. Is that what you're grabbing right now?
Yeah, I was trying to grab it. I can't find the other book I'm looking for. But
do you have the Demetrius Stanilois?
I do. I have that
right
here. Yeah,
and Jay's books are better than mine because he's got his sticky notes in there, so he can immediately open up while your deacon here was going to take 5 minutes.
So I'll give you the Orthodox perspective and why we wouldn't.
Yes, please do.
We would have trouble affirming what he's saying here. The Orthodox Church does not make a separation between natural and special revelation. Natural revelation is known and understood fully in the light of supernatural revelation, or we might say that natural revelation is given and maintained by God continuously through his own divine act, which is above nature. This is why St. Maximus the Confessor does not posit an essential distinction between natural revelation and the supernatural or biblical one. According to him, the latter is only the embodying of the former in the historical persons and actions. The affirmations of Maximus must not be taken in the sense that there are two revelations divorced from one another. Supernatural revelation unfolds and brings forth its fruit within the framework of natural revelation, like a kind of casting or the work of God into bolder relief. A guiding of the physical and historical world toward that goal for which it was created in accordance with the plan laid down from all ages. So, in other words, the natural world itself is understood in the light of the incarnation. So there literally is no way you could do natural theology in Orthodoxy because of our incarnational theology, because man's own creation presupposes the incarnation of the Logos, literally. I mean, this is brought up consistently in the Eastern Fathers. And so there's a different presupposition between whether you understand the created order principally through the second person of the Godhead, through the Logos and his Logi, which are the patterns of creatures, or whether you approach it autonomously. And make no mistake about it, natural theology is an autonomous epistemology because, yes, as Father Deacon has pointed out in his paper, Fides et Ratio of John Paul II explicitly identifies it as that. Just real quick, he goes on to say that the state of the world, at the beginning of the world, the state of the world which was fully normal in Eden, natural revelation was not separated from supernatural. Consequently, supernatural revelation places natural revelation itself in a clearer light. It is, however, possible to speak of natural revelation and of a supernatural one within the framework of which natural revelation, the work of God, is not emphasized in the same way, nor is it as evident as supernatural revelation. In other words, the knowledge that you would have of nature is not identical in the sense of clarity that you would have if you read the Scriptures. The Scriptures are clearer in terms of the divine revelation, but the content is the same. And this is why Maximus says that the Logos is embodied in creation itself. That's his whole point. Speaking concretely and with accordance with our faith, the content of natural revelation is the same. Right? is what he's basically saying in that chapter. And I wanted to read that section about, I'll let you go on here. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I'm sure this stuff will come up again. So,
Okay, I'm going to look for that book real quick while I play the rest of this.
Why? Because the cause must be beyond space and time. Therefore, it cannot be physical or material. Now, there are only two kinds of things that fit that description. Either an abstract object, like numbers, or else a personal mind. But abstract objects can't cause anything. Therefore, it follows that the cause of the universe is a transcendent, intelligent mind. Thus, the cosmological argument gives us a personal creator of the universe. 2, the teleological argument. In recent decades, scientists have been stunned by the discovery that the initial conditions of the Big Bang were fine-tuned for the existence of intelligent life with a precision and delicacy that literally defy human comprehension. This fine-tuning is of two sorts. First, when the laws of nature are expressed as mathematical equations, you find appearing in them certain constants, like the gravitational constant. These constants are not determined by the laws of nature. The laws of nature are consistent with a wide range of values for these constants. Second, in addition to these constants, there are certain arbitrary quantities put in as initial conditions on which the laws of nature operate. For example, the amount of entropy or the balance between matter and antimatter in the universe. Now, all of these constants and quantities fall into an extraordinarily narrow range of life-permitting values. Were these constants or quantities to be altered by less than a hair's breadth, the balance would be destroyed and life would not exist.
So a couple points to make here, which again I think is going to be evident when we get to the next part. I don't know how Hitchens is going to approach this. I don't know what his approach is going to be, but I mean, I would at this point, again, just like in the previous debates, I hate to be the pseudo David Humean here, but like, what are we talking about when we're listing all of these things that we just know are the case? Let's take the first example, which is billiard ball A hits billiard ball B, and this is cause.
Just going to say that.
This is causation. Is it really? Now, remember, this approach is not appealing to revelation. It's starting with the appeal to sense data. Any argument that's a causal teleological argument is appealing first and foremost to sense data. I recognize that William Lane Craig is not an empiricist, but this approach epistemically is still empirical in its orientation. And I can simply just ask, if I was the atheist debating this, I would say, well, now I've read my David Hume, Mr. Craig, but have you? Because I've not seen any justification empirically for the idea that one billiard ball hitting the other billiard ball is cause. I mean, that we have an event followed by another event, and I know you call it cause, but how do we know that causation is really going on out there in the world? How do we know that teleology really exists out there in the things themselves and not just in our head? Because quite a few philosophers and theologians that you're appealing to many philosophers and physicists, Dr. Craig, but what about philosophers like Immanuel Kant, who said that causation and telos, there's no way really to know. I'm not appealing to Kant as an authority. I'm just saying, on the grounds of epistemology, how do I know that causation is a thing that's actually going on in the external world outside of my mind, or that teleology is really going on out there in the world? Now, I know you're making arguments on the basis of that, but how do I know that that's actually operant in the external world and not just a feature of our minds? And there's no way to prove that empirically. So the starting point of this argument in its philosophy has begun empirically, right? Even though I recognize William Lane Craig is not an empiricist. He admits abstract objects, divine ideas. I know that. But the starting point, the fundamental presupposition is not revelation. It's autonomous, generic theism and sense data. Now, the sense data here, remember, sense data does not always just mean physical things, right? Here, sense data is interpreted as metaphysical principles in the world like causation and telos. The sense data tells us that there's abstract things going on in the world, meaningful things like causation and purpose in the world. But none of that has been demonstrated. It has to be assumed. And when we assume it, then perhaps, yes, William Lane Craig can lead us to our conclusions. But a sophisticated atheist who's read David Hume won't let him get away with that. Father Deacon, what do you think?
And I'd say it's actually not philosophical. It's unphilosophical, because what is philosophy? It's living the examined life. It's not taking anything for granted. And yet all these people who purport to be philosophers will just go, we all just agree to this. We don't even have to examine these things, whether we can actually know that there's causality, or how I would know that. And they just start from an unexamined starting point and then call it self-evident.
And these same people,
I think it's betraying even philosophical profession. I'm sorry, but
and these same people, the theists and the atheists, by the way, but the theists, as we saw in one of the other debates, I think the Trent Horn, they will actually at times appeal to quantum physics and quantum physicists who do not accept the normal classic mode of causation. Now, I think it's silly to talk about reverse causation and all this philosophical nonsense of quantum physics, but I'm saying if you're going to go that route and you're going to appeal to things like quantum physics, then why wouldn't we start allowing other things? Maybe causation happens in reverse and we just don't understand it. And there's this quark Dirac thing going on where events happen, and they affect things in the past, right? I mean, I don't think that that's true. I'm just saying that once we've said that we're going to appeal to these kinds of secular approaches to prove our principles, we've kind of opened up the gateway to anything and everything. Do you see the point I'm making? Maybe I'm not stating it well, but...
Well, I could state it much better than you can.
I'm sure you could. That's why you're the PhD man.
I'm sorry, that was really rude. Forgive me in the chat. So it's actually another betrayal to classical foundationalism. Isn't classical foundationalism... I don't know if he's a classical foundationalist.
Well, he has to be of some kind because he's appealing.
He's of some foundationalist variety. But each thing that your argument or premise depends on needs to be more certain and more clear. So what does he do? He makes his arguments dependent on things that are less clear and less certain by appealing to ever-changing inductive arguments from science.
There you go. Exactly. Right. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah. There was a few. Let's say I always have to pull up the debate that I did with Stefan here, because at the top of that debate I listed multiple points that apply to the classical theist just as much as they apply to the atheist. So let's see what those points are. And anybody who has this empiricist approach to apologetics, even if they're not an empiricist in the sense of the school, they have an empirical approach and they're not an empiricist, these critiques still apply because the domain of epistemology, as you know, Father Deacon, has raised these questions and they've not been resolved on those grounds, like on the grounds of secular philosophy, secular epistemology, empiricist epistemology, or even a Platonic type of epistemology. You have to assume these things are the case to even reason at all, right? So we have the myth of the given. We have the problem of the external world. We have the problem of induction. We have the status of immaterial objects. We have the notion that there's no properly basic beliefs. But now you notice already multiple things in Craig's argumentation have already been assumed here that he's not demonstrated, right? Causation for him is a fundamental foundational belief. But on what basis is one piece of sense data, right, empirical data, more, quote, foundational than any other piece of sense data? In other words, I have a sense impression of bread. I have a sense impression of coffee. I have a sense impression of two billiard balls hitting one another. One of those I call causation. The other two I call other things. how do I know that causation is somehow more certain, more a priori, more foundational than any other sense object that I've experienced? Do you see what I'm saying? Where we've got all these assumptions, right, that are not justified, that are just passed over. Like, well, we all know this.
It's sorcery. We all know. We all know that.
So yeah, and people I think may misunderstand me when I say that you can apply the critiques of the empiricist to the
Yes.
classical foundationalist, because they don't answer those questions typically. They just assume that they're the case. Now, I would agree we have to assume those things, but once we start admitting that we make assumptions and presuppositions, now we're moving out of the realm of foundationalism and into circularity in arguments. And that's not where these people typically want to go.
Yes. To give just one example, the atomic weak force, if it were altered by as little as 1 part out of 10 to the 100th power, would not have permitted a life-permitting universe. Now, there are 3 possible explanations of this remarkable
something. Suppose he comes across an atheist who's into philosophy of science, and they're anti-realist or instrumentalist, and he's giving all these arguments that if it was just a little bit different. So I think that's a problem for William Craig. He probably hasn't encountered somebody like that. I don't know, but they're out there, and they're bound to run into them.
I think he did have
point.
a debate with Graham Oppie, and he said Oppie was the best atheist that he had debated. But I have not yet heard that debate. Maybe we need to review that down the road. But could you give an example of like why those positions would be problematic for Craig?
Well, it seems to me that Craig's position is that he's assuming some type of either naive realism or critical realism. That these are actually ontological entities the way that we describe it.
Oh, okay.
And that then he makes some pretty big claims based on that ontology that if anything were off, then...
Right.
Okay, but what if somebody was... Who cares? I don't even believe that those entities exist.
Right.
I'm like Nerat or any of the Quine or something. I would just it would just be a language and paradigm problem. I just adjust my language.
Yeah.
Because we're not actually describing things in a one-to-one isomorphic correspondence. We're talking about things more in terms of like a language game that impinges upon reality at the outside. So somebody who was savvy enough on the uptake that was coming from an instrumentalist or anti-realist view concerning science could just say, who cares? Like, I'll just modify my language to make it work.
Fine-tuning, physical necessity, chance, or design. Now, it can't be due to physical necessity because the constants and quantities are independent of the laws of nature. In fact, string theory predicts that there are around 10 to the 500th power different possible universes consistent with nature's laws. So could the fine-tuning be due to chance? Well, the problem with this alternative is that the odds against the fine-tunings occurring by accident are so incomprehensibly great that they cannot be reasonably faced. The probability that all the constants and quantities would fall by chance alone into the infinitesimal life-permitting range is vanishingly small. We now know that life-prohibiting universes are vastly more probable than any life-permitting universe.
Yeah, well, maybe the world is just, one random damn chance place. I mean, like, how does this get me to the conclusion that there was a supernatural beginning cause? I mean, maybe maybe Satan is the supernatural first cause who just set all this up, and and I agree. It's fine tuned. Satan fine tuned this universe to be a place where humans could just pop out of the. He believes in the billions of years of evolution. So, like, okay, so yeah, Satan just guided human evolution over many millennia. How does this get me to what kind of theism are you arguing here?
Yeah, exactly.
So if the universe were the product of chance, the odds are overwhelming that it would be life prohibiting. In order to rescue the alternative of chance, its proponents have therefore been forced to resort to a radical metaphysical hypothesis, namely that there exists an infinite number of randomly ordered, undetectable universes composing a sort of world ensemble or multiverse of which our universe is but a part. Somewhere in this infinite world ensemble, finely tuned universes will appear by chance alone, and we happen to be one such world.
This is a good point about the absurdity of the quantum proponents, the multiverse proponents, is that their positions really lead to self-contradiction and absurdity, I would say. Because once we start saying that there's an infinite random number of possible worlds where, you know, every possibility is actualized, really all meaning and interpretation goes out the window, because you're no longer you when you can be an infinite number of variations of you in other universes. And we have no empirical data that there is such a thing. It's all purely theory, purely speculation. And as I said in the last debate discussion, the quantum multiverse nonsense is really just a way for the unbelieving worldviews to try to re-interject mysticism and metaphysics. They don't have metaphysics, and so they have to re-interject it. And really,
do you know what it reminds me of?
What?
So do you remember when we were kids and it's like you challenge your friend, like my dad's stronger than your dad, he can beat you up.
Yeah.
It's like my dad could beat you up 3 times. It's like,
Your
oh yeah,
God
5
has
times.
one universe? Okay, well, I believe in like the universe being millions of universes that are infinite.
Yeah, so we would always say as kids, like, oh yeah, but I infinity that, right?
Infinity of
and
infinity.
it was like, ooh.
No, I got an infinity of infinity.
Oh!
That
That's
is
all.
what it's like.
It's just
That's a good point.
grown-up, childlike behavior.
Now, wholly apart from the fact that there's no independent evidence that such a world ensemble even exists, the hypothesis faces a devastating objection. Namely, if our universe is just a random member of an infinite world ensemble, then it is overwhelmingly more probable that we should be observing a much different universe than what we in fact observe. Roger Penrose has calculated that it is inconceivably more probable that our solar system should suddenly form through a random collision of particles than that a finely tuned universe should exist. Penrose calls it utter chicken feed.
Okay, well, weird things happen. Like crazy stuff happens all the time. Why do I need to conclude that this is a supernatural event? I mean, this argument has already admitted that all of its starting point and its chain are natural causes, telos in the quote natural world. Why at any point in this equation do I need to jump to, what is the logical necessity to make me jump to a supernatural cause or God or foundation, and secondly, the one in the Bible? That's the weakness of this argumentation, is that it doesn't prove what it's trying to prove. It just puts the atheist in the position to pass the judgment on God and say, okay, well, I mean, crazy stuff happens. It's just like when you present, but there's a lot of evidences for Jesus rising from the dead. Okay, he rose from the dead. Crazy stuff happens. How does that prove the Trinity? How does that prove he's God, right?
Exactly.
By comparison.
Did you have a point? Okay.
So, if our universe were just a random member of a world ensemble, it is inconceivably more probable that we should be observing an orderly region no larger than our solar system.
Doesn't this argument rest on prior assumptions of mathematics and probabilism and statistics? I mean, have we demonstrated any of that?
Nope.
We're just making these arguments about.
So let's
probabilities.
remember that. We'll keep coming back to this point. First things first.
Observable universes like those are simply much more plenteous in the world ensemble than finely tuned worlds like ours, and therefore ought to be observed by us. Since we do not have such observations, That fact strongly disconfirms the multiverse hypothesis. On atheism, at least, then, it is highly probable that there is no world ensemble.
Okay, well, it's highly probable, but there's still a chance, right? So again,
So you're saying there's a chance?
yeah. So there's a chance that atheists are right, but well, like probably not. So please give Jesus a chance, right? When it's the other way around, that's the weakness of this apologetic, right? Hey man, why don't you just please give Jesus a chance, man? He's trying hard. He needs you.
You got to cut in the Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance, right? At that
Tuning of the
point.
universe is therefore plausibly due neither to physical necessity nor to chance. It therefore follows logically that the best explanation is design. Thus, the teleological argument gives us an intelligent designer of the cosmos. 3, the moral argument. If God does not exist, then objective moral values do not exist. By objective moral values, I mean moral values which are valid and binding, whether we believe in them or not.
Okay, again, what God? I mean, I could believe in the God who commands as a moral commandment, jihad.
It's too general. It's too general of a concept.
I mean, what are the morals we're talking about here? I mean, how are you going to get this apart from Revelation? I mean, again, natural theology, I can look out at the world and I see predators and prey. I mean, is that a moral, standing moral command and relationship based on natural law and natural theology that if I'm the dominant predator, the alpha apex predator, I have the right to eat you? I mean, the natural world evidences that. Is that not natural?
What if Hitchens was just like, okay, I accept Odin?
Yeah, right. I mean, he probably will say
Savior.
that. He's probably going to say, okay, yeah, of the 99 gods, I accept Odin, and Odin commands that I eat my enemies.
Many theists and atheists...
It's an objective moral, though, right? So I'm going to admit objective morals. It's just that God tells me I have
Hey,
to eat you.
you guys in the chat, stop arguing extra topics and pay attention to this. I mean, we are taking our time, our precious time out for you. Don't you want to learn something?
What are they arguing
Or do you
about?
want to have all kinds of other arguments?
There's a libertarian atheist arguing about property rights, as if there's anything that's a right if you're an atheist. That's completely...
Yeah. Well, that's, oh, wait, self-evident. Well, it's just self-evident.
It's self-evident.
What about praxeology? Self-evident.
Yeah. Metaphysics doesn't
No, I mean,
exist,
seriously,
but it
guys,
does.
like, don't you guys want to learn something? Even if you disagree with us? How can you know, it reminds me of my students, like why I wouldn't allow them to like surf the internet while in a lecture is because there's no way you're going to be able to retain the information. I'm not even saying you have to agree with our analysis or anything like that, but to reject it, you have to be hearing what's actually going on. Attention.
It's agreed that if God does not exist, then moral values are not objective in this way. Michael Roos, a noted philosopher of science, explains, the position of the modern evolutionist is that morality is a biological adaptation, no less than our hands and feet and teeth. Considered as a rationally justifiable set of claims about an objective something, ethics is illusory. I appreciate that when somebody says, love thy neighbor as thyself, they think they are referring above and beyond themselves. Nevertheless, such reference is truly without foundation. Morality is just an aid to survival and reproduction, and any deeper meaning is illusory.
Yes, and that's true as far as it goes, but the argument is not going to work unless we've grounded this in a worldview that gives an account for the rest of the other things that argument depends on, and that's the point here. It's like all of these arguments make a category mistake of assuming that because we start an argument with something like morals or epistemology or causation, that therefore epistemology, morals, causation have a more certain, clearer, a priori self-evident starting point. They're more certain than God. Remember, all the stuff he's appealing to is there to prove God, okay? So those things in his system, since he's using probabilism, probability and statistics, he thinks that causation is more certain than God's existence. Why is that? Because this whole faulty argument relies on the false category confusion of thinking that because you start the argument there, or because abstract objects are, prior to making the argument, that therefore the abstract argument is somehow self-evident, and it's not. That's the point.
So what you're saying, Jay, is that categories of time and epistemology are not the same categories.
Correct. And so neither the temporal starting point nor the logical starting point necessitates a metaphysical or epistemic priority to those things. If I start my argument with pen, I'm going to prove the Trinity from the pen. Doesn't mean that pens have a self-evident, epistemically prior, a priori meaning to them that comes outside of a paradigm or worldview. I mean, isn't that really just the point, right? How do we have causation without a whole paradigm within which causation and all of these other things make sense?
Like Professor Roos, I just don't see any reason to think that in the absence of God, the morality which has emerged among these imperfectly evolved primates we call Homo sapiens is objective. And here Mr. Hitchens seems to agree with me. He says moral values are just innate predispositions ingrained into us by evolution. Such predispositions, he says, are inevitable for any animal endowed with social instincts. On the atheistic view, then, an action like rape is not socially advantageous, and so in the course of human development has become taboo. But that does absolutely nothing to prove that rape is really morally wrong. On the atheistic view, there's nothing really wrong with raping someone. But the problem is that objective values do exist, and deep down we all know it. In moral experience, we apprehend a realm of objective moral goods and evils. Actions like rape, cruelty, and child abuse aren't just socially unacceptable behavior, they're moral abominations. Some things, at least, are really wrong. Similarly, love, equality, and self-sacrifice are really good. But then it follows logically and necessarily that God exists. Number 4,
Again, what God? Who are we talking about? Are we a Christian? Are we a Muslim? Are we arguing for Kabbalism? I mean, what are we arguing for here?
resurrection of Jesus. The historical person, Jesus of Nazareth, was a remarkable...
Here we go, from the historical evidences for the existence of Jesus and probably his resurrection, as if that will prove anything. What meaning does the resurrection of Jesus have without the rest of the Christian paradigm? I mean, how are you going to understand Jesus if you don't believe in Adam, right? Now, I know he does, but that's the point, right? Mm-hmm. Jesus doesn't make sense in his mission if you don't believe in the fall. The fall is about Adam and Genesis. Okay, so how are you going to understand the doctrine of Christ and his mission without the fall, right? So this is why the evidentialist point, it just is silly. If you have a smart atheist, they're going to tear it apart because they're going to be able to say, okay, I don't have a problem with Jesus being resurrected. Weird things happen sometimes. I mean, as an atheist, I believe that the universe just popped into existence. And there's a, very low probability that, that the universe would just fine tune so that life comes to be. But it did. There's just a small sliver of chance is how we got here. And it just happened. And Jesus, probably did just pass out, or he used the poison from a pufferfish, and it gave the impression of
What if they said, what if you're an atheist and you said, we atheists too believe in miracles? We call them naturalistic miracles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's a scientific explanation yet to be found for why Jesus appeared to have passed out or died and come back. Maybe it is not scientifically possible for the body to die for a few days and come back. In fact, by the way, I could use the Muslim argument, right? So there's resurrection examples in the Old Testament, right? Do you believe that any of the patriarchs, is Elijah Jesus, because the Messiah, because he raised a boy from the dead? What about Elisha coming back to life from the bones in the cave? Is Elisha the Messiah because he came back from the dead? What about Lazarus? Is Lazarus the Messiah? He came back from the dead. So, in other words, without the rest of the context, this argument is terrible. It doesn't prove anything.
Remarkable individual. Historians have reached something of
There's a lot of remarkable individuals, but that doesn't mean this religion is true. I mean, Buddha is a remarkable individual. He spawned a religion, right? Muhammad is a remarkable individual.
consensus that the historical Jesus came on the scene with an unprecedented sense of divine authority.
There's a historical consensus that Jesus, as a remarkable figure, came on the scene with a lot of authority. That's one of the worst arguments I've heard yet. That's probably the worst argument he's used yet.
Authority to stand and
Number one, there's not a consensus. If you mean by consensus, what are the limits of the consensus? Because most philosophers of religion and secular academics, historians, they don't believe that. So I don't know what consensus he's appealing to here. Appeal to consensus is a fallacy.
Yeah.
speak in God's place. He claimed that in himself the kingdom of God had come. And as visible demonstrations of this fact, he carried out a ministry of miracle working and exorcisms. But
I don't believe that unless I presuppose the Christian truth of divine revelation. I'm not going to believe that on the testimony of a consensus of academics who don't believe that. There's no consensus of academics who believe that Jesus came on the scene with a lot of authority. What does that mean? But I came on that scene with authority. It sounds like something that a rapper would say or something. I don't know. It's just a bizarre argument. What do you think?
Bizarre.
Muhammad came on the scene with a lot of authority from God. And there's a lot of claims about Muhammad's miracles that he did, right? Now, I know you're going to say, yeah, but we can go into the, religion and show that. Okay, but see, that's the point, is that this argument doesn't prove what it's trying to prove.
the supreme confirmation of his claim
What's that?
I wish Hitchens would pick up on this.
Maybe he will.
was his resurrection from the dead. If Jesus did rise from the dead, then it would seem that we have a divine miracle on our hands, and
If, of course, every atheist is going to say that he didn't, or if he did, then it wasn't a miracle. It's just an event that we haven't explained yet. I don't understand why anybody thinks this resurrection argument is a good argument. I've never thought this was a good argument. Even when I wasn't really into apologetics, it was just like, doesn't the resurrection of Christ only make sense in the context of the rest of Revelation? I think that's the point here, is that it's almost like the same mistake that they make with telos and causation, as if they make sense outside of a worldview or a context, as if they come to you in a vacuum without a context. The resurrection doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any meaning without the rest of the Christian context.
I know. Yep. It's frustrating. Okay.
and thus evidence for the existence of God. Now, most people probably think that the resurrection of Jesus is something you just believe in by faith or not. But there are actually three established facts recognized by the majority of New Testament historians today, which I believe are best explained by the resurrection of Jesus. Fact number one, on the Sunday after his crucifixion, Jesus' tomb was discovered empty by a group of his women.
I hate these arguments. These are so bad. These are the worst arguments. So notice he set up the historical scholar consensus believes that there are facts like the stone being rolled away from the tomb. And if that's the case, then maybe he was resurrected. Now, is there a difference in the biblical revelation between the story or the fact? Is there a difference in the facthood of the resurrection of Christ and the stone being rolled away? They're both facts. There's no clarity or because the scholars have a consensus about the stone being rolled away, which they don't. I don't know where he gets this. That therefore he probably rose from the dead, you see. So each one of these things, number one, doesn't have more factness than the resurrection or any other sentence or of revelation of Scripture. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep. That's a great point.
Women followers. According to Jakob Kramer, an Austrian specialist, by far most scholars hold firmly to the reliability of the biblical statements.
It is relevant to appeal to consensus or to appeal to scholars. But the problem is that we're talking to a person who does not believe in any kind of supernaturalism or any kind of theology. So really that kind of a scholarly consensus or attestation is only going to be as strong as what you've already established, and nothing has been established so far, right? So it's not going to work to appeal to scholars who believe in the likelihood of supernatural, which Hitchens is just going to say, yeah, but I don't believe in the supernatural. So like none of those facts that you listed lead to the supernatural.
Yeah, it's a bad move on his part. Know your audience.
About the empty tomb. Fact number 2. On separate occasions, different individuals and groups experienced appearances of Jesus alive after his death. According to the prominent New Testament critic Gerd Ludemann, it may be taken as historically certain that
every religion has claims of miracles. I don't see how is this going to prove anything. I mean, there's the claim that Muhammad ascended, right? There's the claim that, every guru that's ever existed does miraculous things to prove his religion. So, literally, I really just do not appreciate these bad resurrection arguments. Now, if I was talking to somebody in the context of a debate with an atheist, and I went through first and foremost showing their presuppositions of their worldview to be a foolishness, yeah, I could bring in attestation of scholars. I could bring in, the historical, evidences and whatnot. So if an atheist says something like, well, there's no evidence that Jesus rose from the dead or that Jesus even existed as a historical figure, in that context, it would be appropriate to say, well, no, there is evidence. But before we get to evidences about Jesus, let's talk about evidences at all, because your worldview is not going to be able to account for it. See how much better that is as an apologetic, as an argument, than going down this line of granting the autonomy to the atheist, that this whole approach is just granting Hitchens the position to sit in judgment, right? This is what C.S. Lewis called out, right? The autonomy of man wants to sit in judgment on God. And that's why you need a better apologetic argument that questions his autonomy, because that's the root of the problem. Anything?
No, go ahead.
the disciples had experiences after Jesus' death in which Jesus appeared to them as the risen Christ. These appearances were witnessed not only by believers.
Well, maybe I believe that Jesus is a spirit, who one of the spirit sons who rose from the dead, like Mike in the Urantia cult, right? He believes that Jesus is one of the 700,000 sons of God, and that his spirit appears post-resurrection to people. What about that? I mean, the point is that, like, you need more than this. This doesn't do anything.
But also by unbelievers, skeptics, and even enemies. Fact number 3, the original disciples suddenly came to believe in the resurrection of Jesus, despite having every predisposition to the contrary. Jews had no belief in a dying, much less rising Messiah. And Jewish beliefs about the afterlife prohibited anyone's rising from the dead.
By the way, does the New Testament apologetic do this? Does Paul say, let me appeal to the secular academics on Mars Hill? Let me find the greatest consensus. Do you all agree that perhaps Jesus rose from the dead?
Should we take a vote?
How contrary is William Lane Craig's apologetic to what Paul does in Acts 17?
Before the resurrection at the end of the world. Nevertheless, the original disciples came to believe so strongly that God had raised Jesus from the dead that they were willing to die for the truth of that belief. N.T. Wright, an eminent New Testament scholar, concludes, that is why, as a historian, I cannot explain the rise of early Christianity unless Jesus rose again, leaving an empty tomb behind him. Attempts to explain away these three great facts, like the disciples stole the body or Jesus wasn't really dead, have been universally rejected by
it doesn't matter
universally
what contemporary
rejected.
Scholars universally reject. I mean, is this about proving the worldview or appealing to the academics and the scholars? And most of these academic and scholars don't believe Christianity. So I just don't see what this is supposed to prove. Again, until you demonstrate the thing that you're trying to prove, the appeals don't work. They're just appeals to authority. Like, it literally does not matter. What do you think?
Exactly. But you had a great point about
contemporary scholarship. The simple fact is that there just is no plausible naturalistic explanation of these facts. And therefore, it seems to me the Christian is amply justified in believing that Jesus rose from the dead and was who he claimed to be. But that entails that God exists. Finally, number 5, the immediate experience of God. This isn't really an argument for God's existence. Rather, it's the claim that you can know that God exists wholly apart from arguments, simply by immediately experiencing him. Philosophers call beliefs like this properly basic beliefs. They aren't based on other beliefs. Rather, they're part of the foundation of a person's system of beliefs. Other properly basic beliefs include the belief in the reality of the external world, the belief in the existence of the past and the presence of other minds like your own. When you think about it, none of these beliefs can be proved. But
if they can't be proven, then the rest of your argumentation, which rests on those assumptions, can't be proven. I mean, if those things are more certain than the arguments that you're making, and they are because they're more foundational, they're
exactly.
preconditions, then how are you going to make any argument? This is so dumb.
Though these sorts of beliefs are basic for us, that doesn't mean they're arbitrary. Rather, they're grounded in the sense that they're formed in the context of certain experiences. In the experiential context of seeing and hearing and feeling things, I naturally form the belief in a world of physical objects. And thus,
okay, but that doesn't justify the belief or the assumption. So saying that they're formed in the context of doing that thing, like seeing the external world, believing the external world is formed in the context of experiencing an external world or seeing an external world, that's a circular appeal here. So here we see that the self-evident argument proponents, people who believe in properly basic foundationalism, they appeal to the thing that they're trying to prove, which is a circular argument, which I would say, okay, yes, at that level you have to be circular, but they don't believe in circular arguments. That's why this is so silly. They won't admit circularity at all. They think all forms of circularity are viciously circular. So even at the foundational level, the people that have this kind of a view of self-evident stuff, they don't believe that it's circular. And then when you ask, well, how do you justify what you just claim to believe in? They say, well, because sense data tells us that there's an external world. Well, that's what we're asking for. Like, you can't be circular, right? I mean, Father Deacon, what would you say to this?
Well, it also denies the whole theory laden.
Yeah.
What was that I call it the cognitive penetration argument, if you remember this. So he was saying, from these individual experiences we come up, but how that just pretends that experiences can actually just be experiences qua experience without actually be contaminated by other beliefs. And therefore that is some sort of justification. So we could get to that later, but you might be familiar with that argument that I presented. I call it the cognitive penetration argument. Because people think that you can, and he will as a foundationalist, that you in some sense can be justified. What did he say? He says it's not a proof, but then that justifies you believing in all these other things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that pretends that you can approach those things without theory contamination, without your ideas and biases contaminating the actual experiences.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point that none of the beliefs that we have are actually properly basic from this perspective. In other words, it's assuming that certain things are properly basic. We're asking, how do you know that? And the appeal is, well, but they're foundational and basic, right? Because they underlie the experience. There's no way to prove them, so they're properly basic. Well, then how do we know that they're the case? Well, we don't. Notice that Craig said that. Craig said that we don't even, we can't prove that there is the external world, which is a very bizarre admission for a person trying to argue for theism and creation and the resurrection of Christ. I mean, couldn't I, as an atheist, say, oh, okay, I agree. It's all a simulation, Dr. Craig. And yes, Jesus resurrected in the simulation that you think is the real world, right? So I agree with you, Dr. Craig. There is no proof of the external world. We live in a simulation, and Jesus is part of that simulation.
Here, do you want to hear my argument against? So I call this the argument from arbitrariness. This is, you give this to any of your foundationalist friends. Kids, you got foundationalist friends? Give them this argument here. Sort of along the lines that Billy Craig was saying, that there's properly basic beliefs, such that a person's properly basic belief that P is justified, although there's no further reasons. Didn't he admit that? You can start with that as properly basic and you reason up. There's no other further reasons behind that. However, if there's no other further reasons behind that make it slightly any better for that person to believe P rather than any of P's contraries. And since admittedly there are no reasons behind that, there's no reason to have P be a properly basic belief for you as opposed to not P.
Exactly.
Therefore,
that's a great argument.
False.
Yeah. Here's the list that we have, and one of Father Deacon's there applies to that properly basic, right? Myth of the given. This argument assumes that some objects just have a givenness to them, a wholly present nature to them. That through your sense data, you just have this one-to-one kind of correspondence that objects are as they are presented, right? The external world, oddly enough, which Craig said cannot be proven, does he not know what a transcendental argument is? Does he not know that they are arguments? I mean, he himself says in one of his older debates with that British atheist that he accepts the external world as a transcendental category, as a presupposition. So I'm not sure why he doesn't think that's an argument, but there's no properly basic beliefs. And now you might think underdetermination of data doesn't really apply here because this is philosophy. Well, actually, didn't you hear him appealing to a lot of scientific data and claims? Now, if you're an empiricist, if you're a foundationalist, how do you know which narrative, which story best interprets the classes of data? You don't, right? So in other words, it's just another assumption that the position, when it appeals to the scientific data, that data has the right interpretation of the facts. And that's another thing that can't be proven empirically. It has to be assumed. And many other things could be listed as well.
Thus, my beliefs are not arbitrary, but appropriately grounded in experience. They're not merely basic, but properly basic. In the same way, belief in God is for those who know Him a properly basic belief grounded in our experience of God. Now, if this is right, there's a danger that arguments for God's existence could actually distract your attention from God Himself. If you're sincerely seeking God, then God will make His existence evident to you. We mustn't so concentrate on the external arguments that we fail to hear the inner voice of God speaking to our own hearts. For those who listen, God becomes an immediate reality in their lives. So, in conclusion,
I think I get the point that he is going for. Remember, though, he is an evangelical. So we are dealing with a person who is an evangelical, by the way, with heterodox Christology. So he is heterodox. But I'm not sure how this works in a debate with an atheist, right? The inner appeal of the guidance of the Holy Spirit and the inner voice of God is a direct, properly basic belief that you'll have. But isn't that really begging the question? I mean, how do we know that it's God that's speaking to us? How do we know we're not in prelest or delusion? As Father Deacon recently just did posted a talk on his channel where he was explaining prelest and delusion. I mean, again, we need the testimony of Scripture to go to as public revelation and the teaching of the church as public revelation, interpretation of that public revelation. And that's a missing component of this whole apologetic. This whole apologetic makes no appeal to the history of Christianity, the church, and the correct doctrines and the Christology, because that's a huge missing component in William Lane Craig's heterodox view.
What if he made the burning in the bosom argument?
Oh, the Mormon. That's a great point. Yeah. You mean
Yeah.
Hitchens?
Yeah,
If Hitchens like on the stage was like, okay, I believe I'm a Mormon now. I've converted, but it's Mormonism, Dr. Craig.
It's like, no!
I affirm all of your arguments, Dr. Craig, but I believe Mormonism.
Yeah, I was really persuaded by your inner experience of the Holy Spirit.
Well, by the way, you could
Mormon.
actually affirm all of the arguments that Craig has given and be Mormon,
Yes.
including the inner testimony.
Yes.
So what a worthless apologetic.
Conclusion then, we've seen 5 good arguments to think that God exists. If Mr. Hitchens wants us to believe instead that God does not exist, then he must first tear down all 5 of the arguments that I presented, and then in their place erect a case of his own to prove that God
Hitchens.
does not exist.
Jay, help me do the impersonation. Hitchens, you tear down that wall.
Mr. Hitchens, tear down that wall. Right? Do my little Reagan there. Reagan apologetics. Cold War Reagan boomer apologetics. Now, this is an interesting...
Trickle down apologetics.
apologetics. This is an interesting rhetorical tactic of Dr. Craig, which is to challenge, since he had the opening statement, he's going to try to challenge and set the tone. He wants to set the tone and frame it. He's doing framing here, where he's going to set up how Hitchens needs to answer these arguments. Now, just from a tactical perspective, that's a pretty clever move, because it appears that unless Hitchens goes the route of saying, well, I don't have to answer your questions, it puts Hitchens on the defensive. So that was actually a good rhetorical
Not
move.
bad. Mm-hmm.
Unless and until he does that, I think that theism is the more plausible worldview.
For belief in the supernatural, for belief in faith, for belief in God.
We're going to go to Hitchens now, obviously.
But that there are
Yes.
very interesting and noteworthy discrepancies between them. And one that I want to call attention to at the beginning of this evening is between those like my friend Doug Wilson, with whom I've now done a book of argument about Christian apologetics, who would call himself a presuppositionalist. In other words, for whom really it's only necessary to discover the workings of God's will in the cosmos.
That's interesting. And by the way, I remember the Hitchens Wilson debate many years ago. I actually watched that, not live, but I watched that debate back in the day. And Doug Wilson does do a transcendental argument. Maybe we could dig that one up and find it somewhere and do that one. But I'd forgotten about that. But yes, I didn't know they did a book.
Yeah.
And to assume that the truth of Christianity is already proven, and what are called, and they include Dr. Craig with great honor and respect in this, the evidentialists.
Right. So it's interesting that he does acknowledge the transcendental argument from the outset, as opposed to William Lane Craig as an evidentialist. So
So he gets a point there.
say what?
He gets a point there.
Okay, yeah, we will give Hitchens a point for that. Yeah, that is at least he acknowledges this. Most atheists don't. But you want to take a couple super chats, since a lot of people have been super
Yeah,
chatting?
thank you guys. That's so wonderful.
Yeah, we've got
Let's
quite a
take couple
few
super
here.
chat. It'll
Metal
be our
Eric-
intermission break. We take from time to time the super chat.
Metal Eric. By the way, we'll be splitting these super chats with Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. So we're taking time out tonight to hopefully help understand the proper way to debate. Metal Eric says for $10. Sometimes when I watch your content, I'm like, how can someone be so base and red pilled? Now, how would you respond to the notion that Christianity is a religion for beta males because it teaches obedience, humility, and that these things are not really sexy in our day and age? Well, I would say that that those are misunderstandings of what obedience and humility are. Obedience and humility is not, it's not being like this and whatever you say. I mean, obedience and humility is first and foremost obedience to God. So how else could you be healthy and virile and living unless you're living according to God? I mean, look at who is mostly a soy male. I would say it's people on the atheist side of things. Are there a lot of soy Christians? Sure. But I think most of those Christians are, unfortunately, heterodox. Maybe you could speak to this, Father Deacon. What do you say to somebody who says, well, isn't Christianity a religion of weakness and humility?
I'm trying to remember what movie, Jay, you could help me out with this, where it was like oh, wait a minute. I remember it was Schindler's List. And do you remember he uses that psychological tactic? Real strength. I think he's speaking to the guard or something like that, who has absolute power to kill anybody. And he was doing that, and then he says to him, but real strength is having that power and not doing it. And I think that's how that's how God works. God has all the power to destroy all of us. And yet he takes a gentle approach. And that reveals something. That's a strength. So the ability to be obedient in the right ways, in the right context, at the right time, when you don't have to, is a strength, not a weakness.
Yeah. I mean, there's strength in virtue. How could there be strength in vice? I mean, vice leads to death and destruction and degeneracy. Christianity teaches virtue, teaches you to, have a family, to be, productive, to have children, have offspring, to, follow God's law, to be manly, to defend your family and your people. Mm-hmm. Self-defense is a Christian teaching and virtue. And so this idea that this would therefore be, I think maybe you're talking about a lot of what passes for Christianity, which is not Christianity.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So be clear on, and again, we've gotten in these arguments before with other people who think that orthodoxy is passivism, and thank God we have warrior saints.
We have warrior saints, yes. Let's go look up the warrior saints and the kings.
Thank God for Saint Olga. So even women have, this beautiful strength and warriorness. And remember, too, I was Protestant. Jay, you were Protestant.
Right.
And I always tell people what they're getting into when they become Orthodox. It will be hard. There was nothing like it when I was Protestant. I was not attacked.
Right.
You will become a soldier. And it's very difficult. So that's very a masculine trait within Orthodox Christianity. The warrior.
Right. Now people are saying, what about turn the other cheek? Okay. So again, the statements that Jesus makes in the Sermon on the Mount are actually not in contrast to what's in the Old Testament. Did you know in the Old Testament you didn't have the right to try to avenge yourself on your neighbor? No, you're supposed to, if you had an issue with your neighbor, you're supposed to, in the Old Testament times, take it up in the courts and do it lawfully. That was what you were called to do. Doesn't mean everybody did that. But the Pharisees had turned these laws into perversions where they said that you could actually hate your neighbor and do these kinds of things. And Jesus was actually just saying that you can't, even if you have to practice self-defense or do these kinds of things, you still don't hate your neighbor or your enemy from your heart. You can kill your enemy and love him at the same time. That's actually legitimately possible to do, because we can do it in the sense of self-defense or for a higher goal of protecting our loved ones and this kind of stuff.
Can you imagine actually applying that for any form of discipline, like discipline your children?
I mean, it's just a basic
Christ
misunderstanding.
says turn the other cheek.
As if it's this universal rule with no context, like always turn the other cheek, right? Jesus didn't turn the other cheek, right? In many cases, he formed a whip of cords and whipped out and beat the money changers out of the...
I came not to bring peace, but the sword. Christ is dividing. Remember Ecclesiastes 3:8 too. There's a time for love.
There's a time for
hate, a time
self-defense.
for war, and
there's a time for martyrdom, right? So it's not a one-size-fits-all, childishness attitude that we're supposed to have. All right, let's move on here. Metal Eric says, how do you read? What's with all those sticky notes that you have in the books? There's no order or color code. It's just whatever sticky notes are around. Sorry that people always think I have some
by the
great
way,
scheme or code by how I
methodology.
read the books, but I don't.
Here's a good methodology, guys.
It's just sticky notes. That's it.
The Philosophy Student's Writer Manual and Reader's Guide. And with your purchase, I'll actually throw in an extra copy of the leftover of my zero sugar drink here. And
a signed copy of Left Behind from you.
a signed copy of Left Behind. And what else should I throw in?
Throw in some sticky notes with your notes on it.
And some sticky notes. But by the way, I do recommend, there are some tips and tactics on how to. Jay has somewhat of a method, and that works too. But there are things too, especially when you get into kind of deep philosophical and theological writings, how to get the most out of that.
Right. Well, the method is just simply that I summarize what's on that page that's relevant, right? So here, this page was eternal manifestation of energies, right? Energetic manifestation. So I'm just summarizing what's on the pages. That's it. But writing it out helps you remember. So in that sense, there is I guess a process. Sean Forrest, $2. I loved your debate with Ask Yourself. It was very entertaining. The fact. Thank you. Luthien, $10. Stop. Philosophize then. Pre-sup. The Doctor and Jay is back to review for us. Yes, the HIV posse, baby. VIP posse. Vanilla Ice, if you didn't know that. Tyler Siriani, $3.91. Is the Bible an is doctrine, or is the Bible an is in that Christians get their ought from it? In a sense, yes. I mean, we do have an element of divine command theory, right? So atheists always bring, do you believe in divine command theory? Is it good because God says it's so, or God says it's so because it's good? Right? They try to do the Euthyphro dilemma, and we don't fall into that dialectic because the different types of command theory or whatever, like there's an element of all those that we do agree to, and so it's not just the Bible, but revelation, which is not restricted to the Bible because we're not Protestants, is where we derive our oughts from. Now there is natural revelation and there's supernatural revelation. Natural revelation being what's evident in nature and in man, but we can misinterpret that. That's not a thing that is just easy to go figure out because we're fallen. So we need revelation in the sense of direct revelation and the illumination of the Holy Spirit, not just to interpret the Bible, but to also interpret the natural world. That's why St. Justin Popovich in his essay says we don't do natural theology, because you need to repent to understand nature just as much as you need to repent to understand the Bible. You're not going to interpret either one right without repentance, because both require noetic perception of what the content of a revelation of nature and scripture both is, which is the logi. Gay human pumpkin, $1. Gay human pumpkin destroys all atheist assumptions. Correct. The pumpkin, the great pumpkin, is David Hume's good argument against these bad foundationalist arguments. Exposing powerful lies, $8. Whoa! I never knew the Vanilla Ice did debate reviews. Leave that hero and get with the zero. That's the Vanilla Ice line. But he says, exposing powerful line says, now that I see that he does, I'd like to donate the small sum towards the next icing shot. What is an icing? Oh, from the other debate stream. Yes. Yeah, we're going to be drinking beer steins full of icing.
Right.
That was a joke I was making on the other stream. Or smoke a fake weed CBD spliff. Ice, baby. Flying Virtue, $50. Wow, thank you. That's going to be split between us. He says, I give the debate 4 cheesecakes. Yeah, that was a weird line from Trent Horn in that debate with Cosmic Skeptic. He said, this debate is cheesecake. By which I guess he meant it was easy, but I'm not sure what he meant. This is just maybe he was just hungry. You ready to return to the debate before we do more of these super chats?
Yes, sir.
All right, so here we're back to Hitchens, and let's see where Hitchens takes it in response to WLC. So much drama in the WLC.
Now, I want to begin by saying that this distinction strikes me first as a very charming distinction, and second, as false, or perhaps as a distinction without a difference. Well, why do I say charming? Because I think it's rather sweet that people of faith also think they ought to have some evidence. And I think it's progress of a kind. After all, if we had been having this debate in the mid-19th century, Professor Craig or his equivalent would have known little or probably nothing about the laws of physics and biology. Maybe even less than I know now, which is to say quite a lot.
That's good.
In its way.
It's good he did that.
Elaborate. What do you think is good about that?
Well, exactly what you were bringing out, that, and we had brought out, to appeal to things that are less clear and less certain.
Oh, yeah.
In order to bring your argument. In a way, he's bringing that up, that, in the 19th century, you wouldn't have been able to make those arguments.
Oh, okay. Right.
And they would have grounded themselves, or he would have grounded himself, on faith, on scripture, on revelation, on the prospect of salvation, on the means of grace, and the hope of glory, and perhaps on Paley's natural theology.
So
Paley,
stop it
who
for
had
a
the same
second.
rooms, or had.
Because Craig did that,
Yeah.
he already presented that he was basing his arguments on probabilistic 20th century science, contemporary science. He created the dichotomy that it's between either science or blind faith. Do you see what I'm saying? So he's picking up on that.
Yes.
So I think that tactically that was a bad move, because it presented it as if there's this dichotomy that because he invested so much in putting into contemporary science that what arguments would you be making in the 19th century?
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Had the same rooms later occupied by Charles Darwin in Cambridge, with its watchmaker theory of design that I know I don't have to.
Yeah, this is another important point, because he's saying that now all the people that you're appealing to for a lot of your scientific claims and the natural theology claims, natural theology has been dispensed with. Haven't you read Darwin? We don't need a supernatural for telos in the world, because telos is really just nature doing what nature does. Mm-hmm. Now, the point being, of course, is that until William Lane Craig challenges the presuppositions that Hitchens has, Hitchens will just keep replying that and just sort of hand-waving and not be challenged in any significant way.
Expound to you, but which briefly suggests that if an Aborigine is walking along a beach and finds a gold watch ticking, he knows not what it's for, or where it came from, or who made it, but he knows it's not a rock, he knows it's not a vegetable, he knows it must have had a designer. The Paley analogy held for most Christians for many years, because they were willing to make the assumption that we were mechanisms, and that therefore there must be a watchmaker. But now that it's been, here's where the presuppositionalist versus evidentialist dichotomy begins to kick in. Now it's been rather painstakingly and elaborately demonstrated, to the satisfaction of most people. I don't want to just use arguments from authority.
By the way, this is a great response. William Lane Craig did appeal to the consensus, to what most people think, to what most scientists feel and think. And I like where Hitchens is going here, because I feel like he's going to give a Humean type of response that, well, all those people that you appeal to and all this natural theology has given way to the fact that empiricism and empirical approaches towards evidence don't actually vindicate an entire worldview, Dr. Craig. Yep. And that's what you needed it to do, right? It doesn't do what you need it to do.
But it's not very much contested anymore that we are not designed as creatures, but that we evolved by a rather laborious combination of random mutation and natural selection into the species that we are today.
You did it to yourself, William,
it is, of course,
by putting all your emphasis, starting points on science. You set up for this. So congratulations.
It's open to the faithful to say that all this was, now that they come to know it, now that it becomes available to everybody, now that they think about it, and now that they've stopped opposing it or trying to ban it, then they can say, actually, on second thought, the evolution was all part of the design. Well, as you will recognize, ladies and gentlemen, there are some arguments I can't be expected to refute or rebut because there's no way around that argument. I mean, if everything, including evolution, which isn't a design, is nonetheless part of a divine design, then all the advantage goes to the person who's willing to believe that. That cannot be disproved. But it does seem to me a very poor and very weak argument because the test of a good argument is that it is falsifiable, not that it's unfalsifiable. So this tactic or this style of argument, which we've had some evidence of this evening, I would rebaptize, or might I dare say I would rechristen it, as retrospective evidentialism. In other words, everything can, in due time, if you have enough faith, be made to fit. And you too are all quite free to believe that a sentient creator deliberately, consciously put himself or herself or itself to the trouble of going through huge epochs of birth and death of species over eons of time, in which 99%, in the course of which, at least 99.9% of all species, all life forms ever to have appeared on Earth have become extinct, as we nearly did as a species ourselves. I invite you to look up the very alarming and beautiful and brilliant account by the National Geographic's coordinator of the Genome Project. By the way, you should send in your little sample from the inside of your cheek and have your African ancestry traced. It's absolutely fascinating.
So here he appeals to pure bullshit. Out of Africa theory, National Geographic, which is famous for its many frauds. I mean, this is just like pure scientism, propaganda here that he's spitting out. But he does have a good point about the fact that I don't know that William Lane Craig was presenting his position as unfalsifiable. I'm still thinking about that one. I'm not sure how to gauge that one because he seems like he's saying that, well, you're just going to say that evolution is true, but it's theistic evolution, and so everything is guided by God, and therefore the position is unfalsifiable. I don't know. What do you think about this reply?
I don't think that's Craig's position.
I don't either. It's an odd. I wasn't expecting that, but.
And I'm not sure that, not that I agree with theistic evolution, but I don't think that they would even create that is a non-falsifiable theory.
Yeah.
I think that might actually be straw manning.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that was a straw man. I think so.
So I don't agree with theistic evolution, but that doesn't mean that I'm not capable of seeing that that's a straw man. As far as I know, I haven't met people like, well, then God did evolution, designed it. It's like,
yeah,
you can't. They're not doing a non-falsifiable. I think that for those who, probably the Thomistic philosophers and Jesuits who promote theistic evolution, they probably have things that would be like, yes, this would actually falsify.
Well, and again, as an evidentialist, I don't see how you could present your position as unfalsifiable if you're trying to be consistent. I mean, right. I guess you could be inconsistent and think that your position as an evidentialist was unfalsifiable, but I don't know.
To follow the mitochondrial DNA that we all have in common and that we have in common with other species, other primates, and other life forms, and find out where in Africa you came from. But there came a time, probably about 180,000 years ago, when, due to a terrible climatic event, probably in Indonesia, an appalling global warming crisis occurred. And the estimate is that the number of humans in Africa...
So here comes the climate change propaganda.
Climate change propaganda.
Remember, for these outlandish and science fiction level claims of what happened 180,000 years ago, 2 billion years ago, 7,000 billion gajillion years ago, none of that is any direct empirical evidence. And now these are people who believe in empirical evidence. What is the empirical? There was a radiation dating thing that happened, and it told us that 7 million years ago a monkey climbed out of a tree.
To be fair, I actually know where they got that evidence. Do you know?
What evidence?
the evidence that it's 7 trillion gazillion years old.
Well, I mean, I know about the supposed like rate of light, radiation.
No.
What?
They got it from L. Ron Hubbard, who is the oracle
Okay.
of science.
That's actually believable. I mean, literally, when I hear these people saying this kind of stuff
It
now, I can't
sounds like
distinguish
L.
them
Ron
from
Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard when I hear this stuff.
I can't.
because,
I can't either.
Like,
Yeah.
14 gajillion years ago, and the
Like panspermia actually sounds like
the Pleiadians sent forth their space spores, which through light years and aeons traveled across the newly formed galaxy to land upon planet Earth. And these space panspermia spores melded with the primordial monkey soup to give us man. It's like
straight up L. Ron Hubbard.
it is. It's also like
philosophy.
the myths. I mean, if you've heard, the
Yes,
ancient
it is.
Greek myth about how humans are actually accidentally created from lightning hitting the mud, one of the titans. The Titan does something and it accidentally creates you. That's the same idea, right? It says, to me, they have the same epistemic status here, like Greek myths, L. Ron Hubbard, and the Darwinian
Comic
origin story.
books and science fiction.
It went down to between 40 and 30,000. This close. Think about fine tuning. This close to joining every other species that had gone extinct.
By the way, if you just
And that's
throw
our-
enough numbers out there, you automatically seem to to your audience appear to have won.
I could literally right now write out a debate and just interject. I could do it extemporaneously.
numbers.
I could extemporaneously just say things, and the scientists today have told us that, and just say stuff. We
Yes.
know that our universe is exactly 14 billion years old. Scientists from Cambridge have recently published a study proving that and you just say a bunch of stuff and nobody would even know.
Exodus story is that somehow we don't know how, because it's not written in any scripture, it's not told in any book, it's not part of any superstitious narrative, but somehow the escape from Africa to cooler latitudes.
Superstitious books. Really? Would that be books like Origin of Species, which talks about the arbitrary evolutionary gradations of human beings and the Anglosphere being the most evolved? Now, is that superstition or is that scientific fact? I'm confused here with how to delineate between the two. You know that's the title of the Origin of Species, right? That the Anglo man is the highest evolved man and everyone else is basically monkey man. Is that true or superstition? Right. So these are
Was made, but that's
these are propaganda terms rather than arguments.
how close it was. You have to be able to imagine that all this mass extinction and death and randomness is the will of a being. You are absolutely free to believe that if you wish. And all of this should happen so that one very
By the way, this is actually, he's not making that sophisticated and clever of an argument, but there is an argument here, which I often make, which is that if you make the natural theology arguments, death is natural. But death being natural is completely contrary to the entire Christian paradigm. It's totally contrary to Romans 8. So you can't have, on the one hand, an apologetic which says death is natural, that's against your Christology, which says that death is unnatural. That's crazy. But all of these natural theology proponents, almost all of them, they affirm theistic evolution, and they will affirm that death is natural. Have you read Romans 8? Have you read Paul in Corinthians? Death is the enemy. It's not natural.
imperfect race of evolved primates should have the opportunity to become Christians or to turn up at this gym tonight. That all of that was done with us in view. It's a curious kind of solipsism. It's a curious kind of self-centeredness.
So here he's attacking the anthropocentric assumptions of, Christianity and man and creation, and you think that you're the center of the universe and God cares about you, and they pretend like it's a false humility. They'll cloak this in, I'm a scientist and therefore I'm humble because I don't think that man has any meaning or the universe revolves around man. We used to think that the sun revolved around earth, and now we know that nothing matters. Everything is nothingness. By the way, then they're making arguments assuming that not everything is nothingness, right? Not everything is meaningless.
By the way, you could say that's an appeal to emotion.
It is. So here we have a fallacy. Good job. Yes. That is an appeal to emotion. That's a good point.
I was always brought up to believe that Christians were modest and humble and comported themselves with due humility. And there's a certain arrogance to this assumption that all of this extraordinary development was all about us. And we were the intended and designed result, and everything else was in the just.
That's a good point, Father D. I didn't even think about how that is an appeal to emotion. It's a clever cloaking of an appeal to emotion, because it's really just trying to say that, I'm the true humble one here because I realize the universe is not centered around man because it's not created. Man is an accident and a mutation, and therefore I'm humble. That's a cloaked. It's not an argument. It's a fallacy. That's a great point.
God, the tremendous wastefulness of it, the tremendous cruelty of it, the tremendous caprice of it, the tremendous tinkering and incompetence of it. Never mind.
So the world as it is full of caprice, death. It's the God who created
Jay,
it is
keep
bumbling
talking. I
and
want to just
incompetent.
grab my logic book
Yeah.
real quick.
And so this is an interesting point if you believe in natural theology, because again, what do I always say? When I look out at the natural world, if I'm starting from sense data and I'm trying to not have any presuppositions or assumptions, I look at the natural world and I see predators and prey. So why is it not, quote, natural to have predator and prey relations? And every time some Thomist or person who wants to defend natural theology, they'll say, because the Bible says and Revelation says, and it's contrary to God's holy character. Yeah, that comes from Revelation, right? So when you start appealing to the fact that it's wrong to eat people and it's wrong to be the apex predator, you start appealing to Revelation. But that's the very thing in question. That's the point. So there is no natural theology that's a priori, that comes to you in a vacuum, that doesn't rely on Revelation. That's the point. The only meaning that you can gather from the natural world, ultimately, is the meaning that it has in Christ. That's the whole point of Maximus's metaphysic. So it just makes absolutely no sense. And by the way, even the Thomists themselves, because they believe in the divine ideas doctrine, still admit this. But they don't understand that the divine ideas doctrine and their Christology have to go together. You can't have two different conflicting positions in epistemology and apologetics over here, and then I'm going to do my Christology over here separate from that. No, the natural world has the meaning that it has in Christ. Have you read the New Testament? What does Paul say about the created order? Paul says that all things were made in him, by him, for him, through him. For him. So they have the meaning that they have in Jesus. So you're not going to interpret the natural world right without that factor, Jesus, because that natural world, the whole world, was made for him, by him, in him, through him. How could you interpret the world without Jesus? It's crazy. Just read Colossians. The whole world has it. Paul even says that the Logos keeps it in being. The very being of the world has its meaning in the Logos. Every object's being has its meaning by the Logos. So this whole appeal wants to not appeal to Logos, this whole approach of Thomism, natural theology. Don't do Logos, don't do Trinity, don't do any of that revealed theology. Let's do natural philosophy, natural theology. That doesn't exist.
By the way, I was going to say that if you remember from my lecture of chapter 2 in logic, language, meaning, and definitions, that it makes a distinction between when we're making arguments and terms, cognitive meaning, so the meaning of the term versus emotive meaning. And I've noticed that we want to stick with the cognitive meaning. For example, in linguistics and in arguments, this would be much better, clearer. The death penalty, which is legal in 36 states, has been carried out most often in Georgia. However, since 1977, Texas holds the record for the greatest number of executions. So you have a factual, just kind of cognitive meaning as that is presented. Now watch the emotive meaning. The death penalty is a cruel and inhumane form of punishment in which hapless prisoners are dragged from their cells.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a great example of
only to satiate
emotive, emotional appeals.
Yeah. A vengeful public. So you need to, that is a sophistical tactic that needs to be identified. I can make the argument without using that emotive language. Now we all tend to fall into that, but to be cognizant of that and try to stay away from that. So just the facts.
Yeah, there's a difference between
claims.
rhetoric, which might use those kinds of emotional language or prose, and basing an argument on a fallacy of an emotional appeal. So those are different things. Now, I think, let's see, who was it? Sam Harris. Now, if you remember, you guys, if you watched the Sam Harris dissection, we saw with Sam Harris, there was no substantive argument. It was all emotional appeals and rhetoric. So he was really the worst example of this, of that mistake. You ready?
Or what you can actually do. So what I read to the latter is not a fallacy, but it's your task to then retranslate it into simply the facts and go, is it a good argument? So once you remove all the fluff of the emotive meaning, then you can actually see what the argument is. And so we need to be doing that with Hitchens as well.
Right, good point.
Mind, at least we're here, and we can be people of faith. It doesn't work for me, I have to simply say that, and I think there may be questions of psychology involved in this as well. Believe it if you can. I can't stop you. Believe it if you like. You're welcome. It's obviously impossible, as I said before, to disprove, and it equally obviously helps you to believe it if, as we all are, you're in the happy position of knowing the outcome. In other words, we are...
Father Deegan, so people are curious about what the logic book that you're using is. I think it's the one in your course, isn't it?
You'll have to pay...
It'll cost you $1,000.
That's Patrick Hurley. This is when I teach at the university. If I'm teaching a logic course, I use this. And all smart professors use this logic book.
All right. And by the way, if you sign up for his logic courses, you do get that book, by the way.
Yeah. So if you do, this is $90 hard copy, but I'll give you a free PDF copy of that. But I like this, the Patrick Hurley. I believe this is the 10th edition. That's what I use. Copy is another good one.
We used that Copy when I was in my...
Yeah, that's a famous.
All right. By the way, be sure to support, like, share, and hit us up with some super chats if you have questions. And we'll finish up here with... Now, we're not finished because there's more to this debate. I want to hear what William Lane Craig says, but let's hear Hitchens here. And I'm gonna go TT, so if you can man the fort while I use the little boys' room, and I'll let you dissect Hitchens.
Yeah, but there's a fallacy lurking in there somewhere too. Is there not? Now, it's often said, it was said tonight, and Dr. Craig said it in print, that atheists think they can prove the non-existence of God. This, in fact, very slightly but crucially misrepresents what we've always said. There's nothing new about the new atheists, it's just we're recent. There's nothing particularly new. Dr. Victor Stenger, a great scientist, has written a book called The Failed Hypothesis, which he says he thinks that science can now license the claim that there definitely is no God, but he's unique in that and I think very bold and courageous. Here's what we argue. We argue quite simply that there's no plausible or convincing reason, certainly no evidential one, to believe that there is such an entity and that all observable phenomena, including the cosmological one to which I'm coming, are explicable without the hypothesis. You don't need the assumption. And this objection itself, our school falls into at least two, perhaps three sections. There's no such thing, no such word, though there should be, as adeism or as being an adeist, but if there was one, I would say that's what I was. I don't believe that we are here as the result of a design, or that by making the appropriate propitiations and adopting the appropriate postures and following the appropriate rituals, we can overcome death. I don't believe that, and for a priori reasons, don't. If there was such a force, which I cannot prove by definition that there was not, if there was an entity that was responsible for the beginning of the cosmos, and that also happened to be busily engineering the very laborious production of life on our little planet, it still wouldn't prove that this entity cared about us, answered prayers, cared what church we went to, or whether we went to one at all, cared who we had sex with or in what position or by what means, cared what we ate or on what day, cared whether we lived or died. There's no reason at all why this entity isn't completely indifferent to us.
Well, this is interesting because he is kind of hitting on one of the points that we made, which is that when you make the generic theism argument, I mean, can't the opponent just appeal to a multitude of heterodox conceptions of God and say that, well, why can't I just accept any of those? Why do I need to accept Christianity? Why do I need to accept a God that hears prayers? Why do I need to accept a God that, does any of the things in the story of Christianity? Maybe it's just Aristotle's thought thinking itself, an eternal first mover.
I think Hitchens on something here. I might give him some points. He does, in light of Craig's foundationalism and evidentialism.
Right.
I think these might be valid critiques.
Right.
First, he clarifies that his atheist position is not to prove the non-existence of God. And that he's simply saying that remember, and this is where I think Craig goes wrong, because if you did a presuppositional argument like we do, he wouldn't be able to actually make this argument.
Right.
So Hitchens is making the argument to Craig, no, my position isn't that I can prove that God doesn't exist. He's saying there's no plausible, no convincing argument for God. And in fact, that it could be explained with some other hypothesis. So I'm trying to think of an example that, let's think about things that happen in science, for example.
Well, if we're both approaching this from an empirical standpoint, which both Hitchens and Craig are doing, because almost every atheist is a kind of basic level naive empiricist, not all, but most, then aren't they both just trying to, from sense data, erect a system that tells a story? And why do we prefer one story over the other story?
Yes.
If we're all just making up stories from our sense data, I mean, why is it preferable to look at the billions of aeons of time and say that it was all fine-tuned for man, or it was all just, probabilistic chance? Because we're just all kind of shooting arrows in the dark, with, trying to do the best we can in erecting and building a system and telling a story.
Yeah, so remember the work that we did on Quine and Duhem, and that you can't derive the theory of the underdetermination of data.
Right.
That you cannot validate your scientific paradigm as true from the observations and data and evidence. Because that can actually, let's see. So for example, you have theory A, B, and C, and they're all different. And here is the sense world, the world of sensation, of sense data, appearances. Yeah. All of this here, the empirical world will equally verify A as much as it will B as it will C. Now, suppose that A is the Copernican world, the geocentric, the Ptolemaic system of the geocentric.
Right.
C is the Copernican heliocentric, and B is multiverse. All of the data is confirming that. So
right.
I can't actually tell. There's no, so watch how I bring it into Hitchens' argument that could actually refute Craig. I find no good reasons or evidence, therefore, because of the underdetermination of data, to believe in A or B. Well, can't we say the same thing? He's actually making the same thing because of his empiricism, his foundationalism and evidentialism. Craig's opened up to this exact same problem of the underdetermination theory of sense experience data. And so Hitchens can make an argument I don't have to disprove. I don't have to prove that God doesn't exist. What I'm saying, if I use this argument, I don't see any good evidence or reasons.
It's a
and
non
in fact,
sequitur.
I can explain all
Yeah.
of this here without God. I can explain it with C or B.
Right.
So he's got about. So I give some points to
Yes. So here,
Hitchens on that.
I would phrase it like this as I was writing what you were saying. On empiricist grounds, which both men share, how do we know which grand story, because they're both telling a grand story about billions of years past and where we're going and man's meaning and all this stuff and Jesus, which grand story fits the pieces of data better? There's nothing that tells us on the basis of more and more data which story works, because we'll never have enough data to explain the whole story, right? So in other words, all Hitchens has to do is say that I don't have to prove my atheism. All I have to do is show William Lane Craig, on your grounds, your position is a non sequitur. It doesn't follow on the basis of all of this data that your story that tells and explains the data is the only option. Couldn't there be more data that we'll learn in the future that better explains from a naturalistic standpoint? I mean, William Lane Craig, once he's interjected probabilism, he's admitted that.
By the way, I realized, of course, you can't see my pencil. That's why Jay had the right idea, the right paradigm pen. I don't know if you could see that, but the idea was that from the sense data, the appearances, that each paradigm explanation can, or each paradigm or worldview can account for. So again, if that happens like that in science, why can't Hitchens make his argument? Let's suppose A is God. I don't have to disprove God. That's not my position. What I'm saying is, based on an determination of the theory of data thesis, I find no evidence or reasons to confirm A. And in fact, I could use another hypothesis like atheism, that there is no God, to explain and that the sense experiences.
Yeah.
So
in other words,
that's a good argument.
It is a good argument. He's called it back to the paradigm level and said, unless you want to go in the direction of transcendental arguments and presuppositionalism and question paradigms, there's nothing prima facie that tells me which paradigm explains this data correct.
That you cannot get from deism to theism except by a series of extraordinarily generous to yourself assumptions. The deist has all his work still ahead of him to show that it leads to revelation, to redemption, to salvation, or to suspensions of the natural order, in which hitherto you've been putting all your faith, all your evidence is on scientific and natural evidence, or why not, for a change of pace and a change of taste, say yes, but sometimes this same natural order, which is so miraculous in observation, no question about it, is so impressive in its favoring the conditions for life in some ways, but it's randomly suspended when miracles are required. So with caprice and contempt, these laws turn out not to be so important after all, as long as the truth of religion can be proved by their being rendered inoperative. This is having it both ways in the most promiscuous and exorbitant manner.
This is a good point too, I think, which actually is a Humean argument, which is to simply say that if you're going to begin your epistemic approach and argumentation from purely natural grounds, appealing to what in your paradigm is purely natural, you can't then leap to the supernatural when you want it to be the case and then deny the supernatural in every other instance, right? So in other words, the arbitrariness of when something is supernatural. The first cause is supernatural. All the other causes are purely natural. Well, is there direct evidence of the supernatural cause? No. It's just a reasoning back causal chain, right? In other words, that's Hume's pumpkin argument, right? When do you get back from generations of pumpkins to the great pumpkin, right? You started this chain with natural causal chain. And you're saying that there's a higher supernatural cause at some point back there. On what grounds do you make that leap?
in my submission. Bear in mind also that these are not precisely the differences between Dr. Craig and myself, I mean, morally or intellectually equivalent claims. After all, Dr. Craig, to win this argument, has to believe and prove to a certainty. He's not just saying there might be a God, because he has to say there must be one.
Actually, this is now we see that Hitchens is using the presuppositional tag arguments that he got from Doug Wilson in the Doug Wilson debate, and he's turning that on William Lane Craig because Christianity doesn't posit a probabilistic doctrine of God. It doesn't posit that Christianity is a 95% good explanation of the world. It says that it is the explanation of the world. It says that all meaning has its meaning in Christ. So this is a great point. I'm going to have to give a point here to Hitchens for this, because this is a failure on the part of Craig. Are you there? Or did you freeze?
No, that's
you look frozen.
I was thinking about saying something, but that's correct. Like, I give him a point too.
And otherwise, we couldn't be here, and there couldn't be morality. It's not a contingency for him. I have to say that I appear as a skeptic who believes that doubt is the great engine, the great fuel of all inquiry, all discovery, and all innovation, and that I doubt these things. The disadvantage, it seems to me, in the argument goes to the person who says, no, I know it, it must be true, it is true. We're too early in the study of physics and biology, it seems to me, to be dealing in certainties of that kind, especially when the stakes are so high. It seems to me, to put it in a condensed form, extraordinary claims, such as the existence of a divine power with a son who cares enough to come and redeem us, extraordinary claims require truly extraordinary evidence. I don't think any of the evidence we heard from Dr. Craig, brilliantly marshaled as it was extraordinary enough to justify the extreme claims that are being made and backed by it. Hypocrisy, said La Rochefoucauld, is the compliment that vice pays to virtue. Retrospective evidentialism strikes me in something of the same sort of light. It's a concession made to the need for fact. Maybe we better have some evidence to go along with our faith. But look at what Dr. Craig says in his book. He says, I'll quote directly, he says, should a conflict arise between the witness of the Holy Spirit to the fundamental truth of the Christian faith and beliefs based on argument and evidence, then it is the former which must take precedence over the latter. He adds not vice versa, but a good editor, I think, would have told you, you don't have to put the vice versa in. It's clear enough as it is. I'll say it again. Should a conflict arise between the witness of the Holy Spirit to the fundamental truth of the Christian faith and beliefs based on argument and evidence, then it's the former
He just
which
took a
must take...
stab at his writing style.
He did, and he also showed that Craig is being inconsistent because he's admitting in that section that he quoted that revelation takes priority. Right, we submit our natural claims, our naturalistic, natural theology claims, really have to ultimately submit to divine revelation. Now, that's William Lane Craig, the consistent Christian, loosely speaking here. We know he's heterodox, but in the sense of intending to be consistent with the biblical witness. But that's different from the William Lane Craig in the debate, the apologist William Lane Craig, who does not apparently submit to the biblical doctrine of God's certainty. All right? I mean, how is that what he just said there, quoting Craig, consistent with Craig's statement about God probably exists? It's not consistent. That's the point.
Take precedence over the latter. That's not evidentialism. That's just faith.
Right. It's not evidentialism. So there's a conflict between William Lane Craig, the evidentialist apologist, and William Lane Craig, the presuppositional Christian. You're right. Yep. Right. I mean,
you got him on that.
That is a great point. He got him.
It's a priori belief. It's rephrased in another edition. It says, therefore, the role of rational argumentation in knowing Christianity to be true is the role of the servant. A person knows Christianity is true because the Holy Spirit tells him it is true. And while argument and evidence can be used to support this conclusion, they cannot legitimately overrule it. Now, then he goes on to say that
argument and evidence can't overrule the inner testimony of the Holy Spirit telling the Christian that Christianity is true and revelation is true. But William Lane Craig just listed 5 arguments based on public natural theology consensus appeals that are probable. Flat out contradiction.
The Bible says all men are without excuse. Even those who are given no reason to believe, and many persuasive reasons to disbelieve, have no excuse, because the ultimate reason they do not believe is that they have deliberately rejected God's Holy Spirit. That would have to be me. But you see where this lands you, ladies and gentlemen, with the Christian apologetic. You're told you're a miserable sinner who is without excuse. You've disappointed your God in who made you, and you've been so ungrateful as to rebel. You're contemptible, you're worm-like, but you can take heart. The whole universe was designed with just you in mind. These 2 claims are not just mutually exclusive, but I think they're intended to compensate each other's cruelty and ultimately absurdity. In other words, evidence is an occasional convenience. Seek and ye shall find. I remember being told that in church many a time as a young lad. Seek and ye shall find. I thought it was a sinister injunction because it's all too likely to be true. We are pattern-seeking mammals and primates. If we can't get good evidence, we'll go for junk evidence. If we can't get a real theory, we'll go with a conspiracy theory. You see it all the time. Religion's great strength is that it was the first of our attempts to explain reality, to make those patterns take some kind of form. It deserves credit. It was our first attempt at astronomy, our first attempt at cosmology, in some ways our first attempt at medicine, our first attempt at literature, our first...
Now, this is interesting because it sounds like he's saying that we're just beings that look for patterns. I don't know his epistemology or his approach. I mean, I don't know if he thinks that there aren't really patterns in the external world, but it would be interesting if he doesn't. I mean, this is what you mentioned in the beginning of the debate, which is that couldn't he just say he's not a ontological realist or an instrumentalist or something? Didn't you say that?
Yeah, if he took an instrumentalist view or an anti-realist view, that would be...
Kind of sounds what he's hinting at. You could just say, yeah, but, we assume that these patterns are out there in the world and that you're finding abstract objects and that you're seeing causality and telos. But didn't you just say in your opening statement, William Lane Craig, that whether there is an external world, we can't even prove? What?
First attempt at philosophy. Good. While there was nothing else, it had many functional uses of that kind. Never mind that they didn't know that germs cause disease. Maybe...
Now, this is a typical kind of atheist move where they present religion as a older version of science, right? Oh, well, this is just, primitive man trying to explain the natural world, and he thought that everything was gods, and now that we have, science, why do we need gods? The irony, of course, is that Hitchens doesn't see, because he's not being challenged in his presuppositions, Hitchens doesn't see that his scientism, empiricist worldview is also a competing myth, a competing narrative, a competing religious philosophy. And if Craig was doing his job, he would call that out.
Evil spirits cause disease. Maybe disease is a punishment. Never mind that they've believed in astrology rather than astronomy. Even Thomas Aquinas believed in astrology. Never mind that they believed in devils. Never mind that things like volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tidal waves were thought of as punishments, not as natural occurrences on the cooling crust of a planet.
Well, this is interesting because we're starting to notice that it's not a question of facts and evidences. It's a question of how the facts and evidences are interpreted. Mm-hmm. Because a Christian reads natural phenomenon as, yes, part of divine providence. So you're going to see the resurrection of Jesus from a Christian paradigm as having the significance that a Christian has for that resurrection event. The claims of resurrection for an atheist, right, are only going to be understood from the atheist naturalist paradigm as, well, just claims that people made or mistaken interpretations of a natural event. People, Jesus passing out. People thought he had died and resurrected. I mean, they're going to see it as the same type of claim as any other superstitious religious claim. And again, this is a pointless debate. It's not going to go anywhere until you challenge the presuppositions.
The pattern seeking has gone too far. And it's gone, I think, much too far.
I would call him out on this claim right here because he is basically denying. I mean, he hasn't explicitly spelled out what he's doing with this pattern-seeking argument, but it's a kind of a typical Dawkins type of argument where they call into question pattern-seeking and misinterpreting information and data, which is fine as far as it goes, but they don't understand that they come from a paradigm which destroys the possibility of patterns at all. Patterns aren't even real. So I would call that out if I was interlocuting him.
With what was until recently thought of as Christianity's greatest failure, greatest of all failures.
This was just another version of Father Deacon's point about underdetermination of data, right? If we've got two competing systems of data interpretation, just more data isn't going to tell us which of the two systems is correct because both can explain the data.
Cosmology, the one thing Christianity knew nothing about and taught the most abject nonsense about. For most of its lifetime, Christianity taught that the earth itself was the center of the universe and we had been given exclusive dominion as a species over it. It could not have been more wrong. How are we going to square the new cosmology, the fantastic new discoveries in physics with the old dogmas? Well, one is the idea of this fine-tuning, about which I've only left myself 3.5 minutes. I'll have to refer some of this to later in the discussion. This is essentially another form of pattern seeking on the basis of extremely limited evidence. Most physicists are very uncertain, as they have every right to be. In fact, I would say, for physicists, that as they have the duty to be at the moment, extremely uncertain about the spatio-temporal dimensions of the original episode, the Big Bang, as it's sometimes called. We're in the very, very early stages of this inquiry. We hardly know what we don't know about the origins of the universe. We're viewing it from an unimaginable distance.
By the way, on that same argument, you could flip that on. If he's a materialist or physicalist, you could just take a review of the history of matter and ask, well, wait a minute, if you're a materialist, then what's matter? Is it how Plato defines it? Is it
good point.
Potency is Aristotle? Is it res extensa?
They'll just assume some kind of like common
string
sense.
Is it?
Yeah. They'll assume that it's just physical things. Really?
But if he's making the argument that if Hitchens making the argument that he's making to Craig, you could flip it back on Hitchens and say, well, how can you be a materialist? I mean, contemporary science is just saying that we haven't begun to understand even what matter is. It's certainly totally different than the history of matter, and it's constantly changing. So he could set himself, if Craig was savvy and sharp enough, he could pick up on that and flip that same technique against him. Hitchens.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, has William Lane Craig never heard the Bonson-Stein debate? I mean, couldn't imagine Bonson in this debate with Hitchens. I mean, he would just tear him a new one because he would cut right to the presuppositions. And basically, it's like Stein, right? I mean, what Hitchens is saying is very similar to the kinds of stuff that Gordon Stein says in the Bonson-Stein debate. And so if you want a better version of or how the debate should be conducted, listen to the Bonson-Stein debate for sure.
Unimaginable distance in space, with perched on a tiny rock in an extremely small suburb of a fairly minor galaxy, trying to look to discern our origins, but also at an unbelievable distance in time. And we claim the right to say, we can see the finger of God in this process. It's an extraordinarily arrogant assumption. It either deserves a Nobel Prize in physics, which it hasn't yet got, I notice. I don't know any physicist who believes these assumptions are necessary, or it deserves a charge of hubris.
Yeah, this is an interesting rebuttal too. I mean, if for I don't know how many of several of the arguments and claims that William Lane Craig made, he just appealed to academics, physicists, philosophers, New Testament scholars. You could just reverse that and say, okay, well, I'll appeal to the ones that disagree, right? I mean, what does that prove? Right? Most physicists do not believe in a supernatural cause. So, again, this is silly.
Let me make 3 tiny, quick objections to it as it stands, and I'm no more a physicist than most of you are. I'll make these lay objections. One, was there pre-existing material for this extra spatio-temporal being to work with?
What did I just list? Now, I don't know how sophisticated he's going to take this argument, but it's one of the routes I would have gone, which is that I could accept every one of William Lane Craig's arguments and believe any of these differing heterodox world religions. I could be a deist, which is how Hitchens began this argument, and accept all the claims, right? I mean, don't you think some deists probably believe in a beginning of the world, or perhaps even, you could say, even the resurrection? Doesn't mean that I believe in the Trinity or the salvific work of Christ in the resurrection. I could be a Jehovah's Witness and accept all these arguments. I could affirm Aristotle's view. Now, Hitchens is making this point about Aristotle right now. He's saying, does the first cause require prima materia? Because if you're going to make Aristotle's argument, why wouldn't you follow through with the rest of Aristotle's argument about eternal prima materia, an eternal other that the first cause or actualizer is actualizing? I could accept all of William Lane Craig's arguments within a Platonic paradigm. I could accept it as within a pantheistic paradigm. I could be a Muslim and accept these arguments. Kalam, cosmological argument. I could be in the realm of Judaism and accept these arguments. I could even perhaps be a Hindu and use some of these or all these arguments to some degree. I mean, they have a view of Jesus in Hinduism. I could be a New Ager. So this argument, the approach of William Lane Craig, doesn't get us anywhere, and I'm glad that Hitchens is calling that out. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm saying Hitchens is right, but Hitchens is not being called out on his presuppositions, and that's the problem here. Any comment?
No, go ahead.
Or did he just will it into existence, the ex nihilo? Who designed the designer? Don't you run the risk with the presumption of a God and a designer and an originator of asking, well, where does that come from? Where does that come from? And locking yourself into an infinite regress. Why are there so many shooting stars?
He didn't phrase that very well, but I mean, he's kind of just restating the old Hume arguments, which I think he could have stated better. I mean, William Lane Craig did give an argument for why there can't be an infinite regress. Whether you think that was a convincing argument about actual infinites is a different point. But I would just again stress that, well, that's relying on all of these philosophical things that have not been demonstrated yet. So, before we get to actual infinites, I mean, you're talking about all kinds of number theory and stuff that you've not proven yet, abstract objects. I mean, this is very, very speculative stuff for an evidentialist that doesn't make any sense. Why is an evidentialist appealing to all these things he's not given any evidences for? I thought we're supposed to believe in things on the basis of evidence. And here's the evidentialist appealing to 20, 30 different things within his argument that he doesn't even see or presupposed that he's not given evidences for.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a better way to put it. My PhD advisor, who's an atheist, had put it this way, and he was actually, I think it's a good argument critiquing this kind of cosmological, causal argument of first cause. To say that everything has a cause.
Everything except God, which is the thing the argument is supposed to prove. I mean,
yeah. So let's say a principle of sufficient reason, everything has a cause. To conclude everything has a cause, one cause, is a leap. Where do you find that?
Yeah, well, Aristotle himself is inconsistent, right? Aristotle says that sometimes he says there's the first cause, and then he says there's multiple causes, first causes, right? So that's because he seems to appeal to multiple types of deities or causes. There's no reason that I a priori have to accept one first cause.
So he put it this way, he plugged in to show how that doesn't necessarily follow that every baby has a mother. But not every baby has a mother. Two different things. You can't make the jump. So I don't know what you think about that. But Hitchens could have put it better maybe in that sense.
Well, the argument ends up, and I agree with Bonson's critique too, the argument ends up being this. Everything but God has a first cause.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, this argument is supposed to prove this. So how is this going to work? And I know there's, you have to look at Phaser's formulation, which is not that formula. I know that we just talked about Phaser's formulation, which is the causal chain argument, the hierarchical causal chain argument. But guess what? That argument admits eternal creation, eternal matter. So it doesn't work. That's not what we're here to prove. We're not proving the dyad. Right? Read Basil's second homily. Basil says if you follow Aristotle's arguments, it proves a dyad. That's a useless argument for us. Right? Are we going to use arguments that prove Jesus was a creature? We're going to use an Arian argument to convince an atheist? That would be crazy. So why are we going to use Aristotle's dyad argument to prove a first cause?
Collapsed suns, failed galaxies, we can see with the aid of a telescope. Sometimes we can see with the naked eye. The utter failure, the total destruction of gigantic, unimaginable sweeps of outer space. Is this fine-tuning, or is it extremely random, capricious, cruel, mysterious, and incompetent?
This is an interesting point from a natural theology perspective. How you interpret fine-tuning is really going to be arbitrary, right? Anytime there's something that is conflicting to the fine-tuning, that's the fall, right? Now, wait a minute. We're not supposed to appeal to revealed theology in natural theology. The fall is a doctrine of revealed theology, obviously. You don't know about the fall unless you have the Bible, right? So how are you going to explain the mutations and the death and the decay and the fact that maggots feed on dying flesh? Is that something that is a fine tuning, or is that just the bumbling Gnostic creator? You see, this is why natural theology, actually, if you're consistent with it, and this is what the atheists in the Enlightenment actually called out. They said, if I'm going to start with natural theology and I appeal to the natural world, this leads me to the bumbling Gnostic God who has created a terrible world. It's awful, right? So in order to understand the natural world, you need the doctrine of the fall. It's just, how is that not obvious, right? But the doctrine of the fall is not under the purview of natural theology. It's revealed theology. So that alone, by the way, is one of the strongest arguments to disprove natural theology. Read Cornelius Hunter's book, Darwin's God. That's what that book is about, this very point. Right? He points out that the natural theology appeal to God shows that he's the monster God. And this is what all the atheists back at that time said. Darwin himself said this, right? The God who designed these mutations and the death and the decay, isn't this more like a psychopath God, right? That's the point that's being made here. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm saying unless you have the doctrine of the fall, wouldn't it lead to that conclusion?
By the way, here's a question for you. Somebody just brought this up in the chat, that they might think that the cosmological Kalam cosmological argument's a good argument, but just not on its own. But I was thinking about, when you and I were talking about Barry Stroud's critique of the transcendental argument, that he was saying that, and he's talking about not the transcendental argument for the existence of God, but Kant's
just transcendental arguments, yeah.
That in order for that to work and overcome the skeptic's challenge that there's actually objects that exist in the world, apart from just having kind of a semantically and epistemologically grounded paradigm by assuming the necessary kind of conditions for the possibility of that. What you would need is a verification principle.
Yeah.
To get outside of the kind of the coherentist, holistic paradigm that it's like, okay, I've justified it internally, but I never get to the outside. I would need a verificationist principle. But if I have a verificationist principle, then it makes a transcendental argument superfluous. That's a great argument that Barry Stroud has. And now we have, obviously, a response to that with the transcendental argument for the existence of God. However, I was thinking something like that is with when people ask the questions, okay, they can't stand on their own. but if we have a transcendental argument for the existence of God, can't we then use those? Well, aren't we doing something simpler in a similar way? Why would you need... It's superfluous. Like, once you've established the existence of God and grounded the intelligibility of the world and sense experience and morality, why do you need to do a Kalam clause? It doesn't make any sense. It's
Yeah,
like the
there's a
work's
great
done.
section on that very point in this. There's a chapter where Bahnsen takes each of the classical arguments and reformulates them as transcendental arguments. And I think that's a much better approach, where he says, look, causation is not a thing to appeal to as if it comes to you in a vacuum or is a priori or self-evident. Just take the causal argument and causation and make it a transcendental argument, that you can't understand the world without the principle of causality. And that's a much better argument, right? It's the same thing that we're saying in response to William Lane Craig about the external world. Remember, William Lane Craig said, well, there is no proof of the external world. We just have to assume it. No, that is an argument, right? The transcendental argument for the external world is an argument.
It is.
Right?
Yes.
And so in the same way, the telos, causation, these are transcendentally necessary categories. By the way, even Kant thought that. Now, he wasn't consistent because he didn't know how to argue that they were actually operant in the world, but he understood that causation, teleology, the self, right, time determination, identity of objects over time, these are all presuppositions that are preconditions for the possibility of experience. So they're proven by the fact that they are even prior to any experience or proof at all. You can't prove anything unless those things are the case, and so therefore that's their proof. They must be the case. Do we prove things? Of course we do. So then those things are the case, right? So is there an element of verificationism here? Yes, but that's because we're not doing Kantianism. We're doing the transcendental argument for God, which includes the Christian paradigm as a whole. Remember, it's a holistic thing. Just like we can't argue piecemeal, the resurrection doesn't make sense apart from the fall. Why is
Everybody
Jesus
wants to
resurrected?
argue piecemeal. You'll notice that.
Yeah.
Well, what if I just take a little bit of this from this theology of this person's God, and I add a little bit of this, then I mix it up, and universe of intelligible. That's not how we approach things, because then you're simply system building,
Right.
and you miss the whole point that you can have a pretended autonomy as a starting point, and that the revelation comes
Those
as
are
a
great
whole.
points. Yes, absolutely.
It's an either. That's why we put it in the dichotomy. It's an either or. And what do people immediately go to? Yeah, but how do I know about that God's triadic? How do I know? It's to miss the whole point.
And have you thought of the nothingness that's coming? We know we have something now, and we speculate about what it might have come from, and there's a real question about ex nihilo, but nihilo is coming to us. In the night sky, you can already see the Andromeda Galaxy. It's heading straight for ours on a collision course. Is that part of a design?
I don't know. He's being rhetorical, using rhetorical devices about nothingness, the nothing, like never-ending story. The nothing is coming for us. What's he talking about? That galaxies will one day hit our galaxy and destroy us. We'll be in oblivion. And so, is that what? I don't understand what he's saying here.
Yeah.
Fine-tuned to do that. We know that for the...
Oh, I see what he's saying. He's saying that so if something happens that appears, chaotic or destructive, is that also fine-tuning? So he's basically saying you're only picking out certain things that you think show fine-tuning and ignoring the things that appear to not show fine-tuning.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Which there could be an interesting argument here about being ad hoc, right? Is he being arbitrary in deciding, that the eye reflects light and has all this, complexity to it? That's fine tuning, and that the temperature of the Earth had to be this, and that the
Okay, Hitchens might be incorrect though, because, for example, if you have to make the argument Hitchens is doing, you have to actually say that Nothing's fine-tuned. So it's a universal negative. In order,
No.
the contradiction.
He doesn't,
Yeah,
though.
go ahead.
All he has to say is, how do you know when, just like the first argument about being a non sequitur, he's just simply saying, how do you know you're not picking and choosing the evidence and interpreting it as fine tuning?
Oh, yeah.
excluding
If
the
you
others.
put it that, yeah, then that's good. He's got it. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, I see what you were thinking. Like, if he was saying that we know all reality is not fine tuned, it wouldn't work. But he's just asking, well, what is the standard for you to determine when it's fine tuned and when it's not? Because
Yeah, what if you're misinterpreting and you think something's fine-tuned, like a fine-tuned car, and you just bought a lemon?
and he can simply say, you're being arbitrary about what's fine tuned, because other things you're going to say, well, that's not fine tuning, right? When there's a mutation and a person has 6 fingers, or when a species dies out, oh, that wasn't fine tuning, right? Well, exactly. So yeah, exactly, it's arbitrary.
From the red light shift of the Hubble telescope, or rather Edwin Hubble's original discovery, the universe is expanding away from itself at a tremendous rate. It was thought that rate would go down for Newtonian reasons. No, it's recently been proved by Professor Lawrence Krauss, the rate of expansion is increasing. Everything is exploding away even faster. Nothing else is certainly coming.
The atheist Pope Lawrence Krauss.
What?
As we know. The atheist Pope Lawrence Krauss. Who on his infallible
who is it, by the way, terrible. I watched 1 or 2 of his debates a long time ago.
I can't stand, yeah.
And that's all. If before these things happen, we don't have the destruction of our own little solar system, in which already there's only one planet where anything like life can possibly be supported. All the other planets are too hot or too cold to support any life at all.
I mean, we don't actually know this, by the way. All the other planets. I mean, what's he talking about? Like, how does he know all other planets? I mean, I'm not saying we're going to go to other planets. I'm just saying that wait
a minute. There's actually planets?
No, they're just holographic discs that are projected onto the canopy that we live under in the flat Earth's dome.
Oh, thank God. I was starting to really get scared.
When the sun is due to swell up, burn us to a crisp, boil our oceans, and die, as we've seen all the other suns.
I mean, I keep hearing this too. Oh, right. How long have atheists and materialists been talking about how the sun is going to burn up and explode and the whole planet's going to... I mean, how do they know this? Says who?
By the way, do you notice that we were talking about this in my political philosophy class? When you get to modernity and this, in the Enlightenment and the Nietzschean kind of deicide and stuff like that, and the Promethean rebellion against God and tradition and these various things, their contempt for religion, as Nietzsche predicts, becomes religious in nature. So they even have their own apocalypse, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, they have a nihilistic apocalypse of the entire cosmos. That's a good point. We're all going to burn up when the sun explodes and kills us all, and we're meaninglessness. Right. That is a good point. So they have their own origin myth and their own eschatology.
Suns do.
Yeah. That sounds like a religious worldview to me.
The night sky. This is not fine-tuning, ladies and gentlemen. And if it's the work of a designer, then there's an indictment to which that designer may have to be.
There you go. Makes the very argument that Cornelius Hunter's book talks about, which is that if you just talk about natural theology and that's where you start your system, then how are you going to explain death, predator, prey? It's not going to work. You're going to get the kind of God that you don't want to defend.
Be subjected. I'm out of time. I'm very grateful for your kindness and hospitality.
Now, I'm going to have to give this first round to Hitchens, honestly. Not because Hitchens is proving atheism, but because he's simply showing that the arguments that William Lane Craig gave are non sequiturs. They don't follow. It doesn't follow that Christianity is true, which he's supposed to be there to defend, I guess. He never actually said if he's there to... I mean, he talked about Jesus, but I guess that's what he's going for. But none of those arguments actually lead me to the conclusion that I should. There's no logical force to the 5 or so arguments that William Lane Craig gave. So I'm going to give round 1 to Hitchens. What do you think?
Yes, I give it to Hitchens too on round 1.
Dr. Craig, a 12-minute.
You'll remember that in my opening speech, I said I would defend 2 basic contentions in tonight's debate. First, that there's no good argument that atheism is true. Now, far from being a point of contention tonight, as far as I understood Mr. Hitchens' last speech, he would agree with that first statement, that there is no good argument that atheism is true. He says, I simply don't have any positive reason to believe in God, but he doesn't really give an argument against God's existence. Indeed, he seems to suggest that's impossible. But notice that doesn't prove atheism. That just leaves you with agnosticism, namely, you don't know if there's a God or not. So at best,
I thought that was the position that he took. I mean, Hitchens is taking the agnostic position. So William Lane Craig needs to actually go after that agnostic skeptic position and not try to box Hitchens into being a dogmatic atheist, which I think you could.
So that's a straw man fallacy on Billy Craig's part.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think so.
Best, you're left merely with agnosticism. We don't see any good reason to think that atheism is true. Now, he did make some remarks about the theory of evolution, which at least insinuated that this was somehow incompatible with theism. And I have 2 points to make about this. First, I think that the theory of biological evolution is simply irrelevant to the truth of Christian theism.
Is that right? So millions of years of death produce Adam and Eve. Really? Is that right? Because Romans 5 says that death comes into the world on the basis of Adam's sin. Paul says it in Corinthians. And this is unanimously in Orthodox teaching and the church fathers. All death, spiritual and physical, come from Adam's sin. So you cannot have millions of years of natural death that produces Adam and Eve. Completely contrary to the biblical description of Adam and Christ as the second Adam. So either toss out the evolution or toss out Christianity, because those 2 systems don't mix.
Genesis 1 admits all manner of different interpretations, and one is by no means committed to 6-day creationism. Howard Van Til.
I am. I mean, but the Sixth Ecumenical Council is very clear about creation. So if you want to be Orthodox and you want to be consistent, I'm not saying everybody who's Orthodox who doesn't believe in 6-day creation is a heretic. I'm just saying that it's a difficult thing. Sometimes people study it for many years. So I'm willing to be gracious to people. But, if you read Father Seraphim Rose's book, if you look at what the Sixth Council says when it condemns Origenism, it's a 4-page condemnation of Origen's reading of Genesis. And it says that you have to believe in the historical doctrine of Eden. So, I mean, either we believe the religion or we don't. It's a question. It's a question of revelation. And remember what Hitchens called William Lane Craig out for it. He said that when so-called secular facts contradict the Spirit of God, we have to go with the Spirit of God. Here is William Lane Craig being inconsistent once again.
Professor at Calvin College writes, is the concept of special creation required of all persons who trust in the Creator God of Scripture? Most Christians in my acquaintance who are engaged with either scientific or biblical scholarship have concluded that the special creationist picture of the world's formation is not a necessary component of Christian belief. Nor...
Well, here we go. Again, what are we here to argue for? Look at the disastrous effects, the empty effects of this terrible apologetic. It's exactly what Phaser does here. He says, I don't need special creation. I don't need ex nihilo creation. William Lane Craig has a whole book defending ex nihilo creation. And he says it's revealed doctrine. So this is a big contradiction on the part of William Lane Craig here. Now, maybe Craig changed his position since he wrote this book. I don't know. But here he is defending the biblical doctrine of creation out of nothing. And now he's quoting Howard Van Til, the famous theistic evolutionist, to say that special creation is not a fundamental Christian doctrine. Well, this is unfortunately part of the larger picture about why William Lane Craig is heterodox. William Lane Craig is not orthodox, even in basics like Christianity. He's an Apollinarian, openly.
Yeah, even by Protestant standards, he's heretical.
That's a good point.
Nor is this a retreat caused by modern science. St. Augustine in the AD 300s, in his commentary on Genesis, pointed out that the days don't need to be taken literally, nor need the creation be a few thousand years ago. Indeed, he suggested that God made the world with certain special potencies that would gradually unfold.
Actually, if you read what Augustine says, this
not what he
needs
says,
to be
yeah.
pointed out. Augustine does not teach anything favorable to theistic evolution. He is often misused for this point. Augustine has a view nobody has. It's called instantaneous creation.
Yes.
Has nothing to do with evolution. He's not a proponent of evolution. Does he teach six-day creation? No, but he teaches that it was all one instant because he's got philosophical reasons for saying that. So, but that has nothing to do with proving or lending any evidence towards theistic evolution. So this is just totally way off base, totally a bad argument, and not even, I mean, you just can't use Augustine for this, right?
Over time and develop. This interpretation came 1,500 years before Darwin, so that it is not a forced retreat in the face of...
If you read what Augustine actually says, and by the way, there's quite a bit in this, of course, classic by Father Seraphim Rose, which we highly recommend, you will see that there's not only is there nothing that lends credence to evolutionary theory, Augustine believed in the supernatural, miraculous events of Genesis. So it's right that he's not saying it's a 6-day creation. It's an instantaneous creation, but it's still just as miraculous, and it's still an instantaneous creation of Adam and Eve. Nothing in there about evolution. That's crazy. Ridiculous.
Of modern science. So any doubts that I would have about the theory of biological evolution would be not biblical, but rather scientific. Namely...
Well, now, wait a minute, Dr. Craig, because Hitchens read a quote from your book where you said that the facts of science must submit to revelation and the Holy Spirit. Which is it?
What it imagines is fantastically improbable. Barrow and Tipler, two physicists, in their book, The Anthropic Cosmological Principle, list 10 steps.
That's what I was quote.
What's that?
He quoted the Tipler and Barrow book that I always... Now,
Right.
I use that is... Do you remember when Plantinga uses naturalism as a defeater?
Yeah.
No, wait. What is it? Evolution is a defeater for naturalism?
Right.
Am I getting that confused?
Yeah, that's
That-
Plantinga.
I can use evolution as a defeater for aliens. I actually use Tipler and Barrow.
Oh, that's right. You made that argument in the Discord. I remember that. Yeah, and I think it's on Orthodox Defense too. There's a clip of you talking about that. Can you remind me what was your point there?
So Tipler and Barrow, he's quoting from
Right.
the Anthropic Cosmological Principle there, and it has to. William Craig, is going to go into the fine tuning. Now, in that, they're actually physicists, so half the book's actually like straight up physics. They're not philosophers, and they actually crunched the numbers. You know, when you hear people say that, well, the universe is just so large, and we've been around for so long. I mean,
Right.
it's just inevitable that there's other intelligent life forms out there. They actually crunched the numbers, the probabilities. With probability theory, given the expanse of what we say the universe is, how much matter in the various combinations, together with the large intervals I already mentioned of time. Or am I missing something else? Large intervals of time, large numbers when it comes to space, so the potential galaxies, the amount of matter, and all these things. What would be the probability that let's first get a standard that intelligent life would occur one place in the universe. And what they find out is on those numbers. So they're taking a naturalistic evolutionary standpoint,
right.
that those numbers of what are they saying now? 13.5 billion years, however large the universe is, the amount of matter that would be in there, the possible combinations of matter. That's the bare minimum required for intelligent life to arise just once in one place. So even if you doubled or tripled the expanse of the universe or the time, you wouldn't get it's actually an exponential graph, a natural logarithmic function. You wouldn't actually increase your odds of they prove you can use naturalism and evolution. They're not attempting to do this, but I do that. Okay, I'll assume that it makes intelligent life in anywhere else impossible. So, gotcha. Even if you doubled or tripled or quadrupled, you wouldn't get intelligent life. So you take their argument, it's so big and there's so many combinations, you actually show, no, it's a very miracle on a naturalistic assumption that we're even here. In fact, those are just the bare numbers. So Craig's going to talk about this. If anyone was altered at all or any less, we wouldn't be here. So from that, I can derive it's impossible from a naturalistic or atheistic point of view or evolutionary that there is any intelligent life beyond us.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
In the course of human evolution, each of which is so improbable that before it would occur.
So here he is back to the probabilities. And I wanted to remind you guys that, the New Testament, the book of Maccabees, which is canonical for us as Orthodox, many, many places makes clear that the doctrine of special creation is absolutely dogmatic. Hebrews 11 says, by faith, right, we know that the worlds were framed by the word of God, right? And in fact, what did I say earlier? When you read Colossians, right, what does Paul do? Paul situates the creation of the entire world as done through the Logos. So how are you going to understand creation without the Trinity? So it's no accident that William Lane Craig has heterodox Christology and anthropology, and therefore does not have the belief that creation is part of special revelation and part of doctrine, part of dogma.
The sun would have ceased to be a main sequence star and incinerated the earth. And they calculate the probability of the evolution of the human genome to be somewhere between 4 to the negative 180th power to the 110,000th power and 4 to the negative 360th power to the 110,000th power. So if evolution...
Okay, well, so there's still a chance. Good job. So you basically just spit out a bunch of numbers, but I can still just say, okay, well, there's still a chance that, it happened randomly. Why do I need to accept Christianity from this?
Did occur on this planet. It was literally a miracle and therefore evidence for the existence of God. So I don't actually,
that was an interesting rhetorical little joke he did there. I just don't think that's a good argument. He's just basically saying, well, look, it's really highly improbable that humans would have evolved, and if they did, it was a miracle.
Yeah.
He literally just said that the doctrine of creation is not dogma. What?
I think this is an argument for atheism. Quite the contrary. It really provides good grounds for thinking that God superintended the process of biological development. So the Christian can be open to the evidence to follow it where it leads.
So here we go. I thought you just said that the evidence has to submit to revelation. Now the evidence tells us where to go, and we fit the revelation to the evidence, so-called, right? So now we're going to believe in theistic evolution because the data and the science points us to that.
By contrast, as Alvin Plantinga has said, for the naturalist, evolution is the only game in town. No matter how fantastic the odds, no matter how improbable, it's got to be true because there is no intelligent creator and designer. So in one sense,
that's presupposition, right? That's the presupposition that they have that needs to be critiqued. And in fact, Hitchens is calling out the presupposition of William Lane Craig, saying that you're just going to interpret the data to fit the presupposition.
Yes.
And what we're getting here is that William Lane Craig is just kind of saying atheists interpret the data to fit their presupposition. Yeah, that's what we all do. So that's why it's a comparison of presuppositions and paradigms.
Got to feel a little sorry for the atheist. He can't really follow the evidence where it leads. His presuppositions determine the outcome.
They all do. Yours do. That's the point here. So just throwing out more data isn't going to work. Like, that's the point.
Contrast, if there is a fine-tuner and creator of the universe, then already in the initial conditions of the Big Bang, you have an elaborately designed universe that permits the evolution and existence of intelligent life.
I just have to say from the outset here, I mean, the William Lane Craig did way better in the Sam Harris debate.
Yes, yeah, I think so.
This debate's terrible. I don't think he's doing good at all.
And I think evolution simply layers on more improbability. Now, Mr. Hitchens says, but why did God wait so long, all that waste during this time? Well, that sort of concern with efficiency is only of importance to someone with either limited time or limited resources, or both. But in the case of God, he has both unlimited resources and unlimited time, and therefore it's simple.
How do we know this? On the basis of what? Does natural theology tell us that God has unlimited resources and unlimited time? Where did he get this? Now he's a Christian. Now he's appealing to revelation. You see, all back and forth.
Not important to do this in a quick way. Well, now, Mr. Hitchens says, but why did God wait so long before he sent Christ? Human beings have existed for thousands of years on this planet before Christ's coming. Well, what's really crucial here is not the time involved, rather it's the population of the world. The Population Reference Bureau estimates that the number of people who have ever lived on this planet is about 105 billion people. Only 2% of them were born prior to the advent of Christ. Eric Krapes of the Survey Research Center at the University.
This is a dumb argument. I'm sorry, but it's basically William Lane Craig is saying, well, look, God kind of cares about 95% of people, but not the 5% before the. This is a dumb argument.
Of Michigan's Institute.
I'm going to appeal to this, the Population Council, right, for consent for the census.
Social research says God's timing couldn't have been more perfect. Christ showed up just before the exponential explosion in the world's population. The Bible says in the fullness of time, God sent forth his son. And when Christ...
And now it's the Bible. Now it's the fullness of times. Now Revelation tells us the meaning of historical events. So the schizophrenia here is difficult for me because I don't know if I'm William Lane Craig, the natural philosopher, or I'm William Lane Craig, the Christian revelation proponent.
Christ came, the nation of Israel had been prepared, the Roman peace dominated the Mediterranean world. It was an age of literacy and learning. The stage was set for the advent of God's Son into the world. And I think in God's providential plan for human history, we see the wisdom of God.
That's an appeal to the Bible and the Bible's history of the world, revealed history, but that hasn't been demonstrated yet. So if I was Hitchens, I would just simply say, now you're appealing to the Bible. I thought you were here to prove the Bible. You're an evidentialist. You're not given evidences for these claims.
In orchestrating the development of human life, and then in bringing Christ into the world in the fullness of time. So I don't see that there are any good grounds here for thinking that this provides reason for atheism. Now, what about my arguments for theism? Mr. Hitchens had some general remarks here. He says it's difficult to get from deism to theism. Now, I want to point out that's a false use of these terms. This is simply confused. Deism is a type of theism. Theism is the broad worldview that God exists.
Here we go. Generic theism. Exactly.
Yeah,
What a
we knew
worthless
this.
apologetic. I'm now going to unite myself with every possible heretical, heterodox, stupid argument and position just for the sake of allying supposedly to try to convince an atheist. Well, there is no generic theism. That's the point. And it's either Orthodox Christianity or nothing.
Exactly.
Deism is a specific kind of theism that says God has not revealed himself directly in the world. Now,
That's Hitchens' point. Like, why do
Yes.
I need to accept
Yeah.
Christian theology? I mean, William Lane Craig, are you here to argue for deism and generic theism or make me a Christian? Which one is it?
my arguments are a cumulative case for Christian theism. They add up to.
No, they're not. That's the point. None of those arguments lead us to Christian theism. Now, you said they lead up to, but the problem is that when you started talking about God being personal, being an agent, having a mind and intention when he created the world, now you're appealing to what is a doctrine, what comes from Revelation. Now you're not an evidentialist. Now you're appealing to divine revelation. Now, I'm not saying an evidentialist can never appeal to divine revelation. I'm saying that he's confusing his categories and his genres, because is he an evidentialist or is he a paradigm believing presuppositionalist? Which one is it, right? It can't be both, because the evidences come from the paradigm. They're interpreted in the paradigm. So you need to prove the paradigm for the evidences to work.
The belief in the God that has been revealed by Jesus of Nazareth. Now, Mr. Hitchens says, but you must prove this with certainty. Not at all. I am not claiming these arguments demonstrate Christian theism with certainty.
Oh, well then, what are we doing? Thank you for admitting that the atheist has an escape route. He has a way to say, well, hey, it's not certain. If they're not certain, then they're not good arguments. Why
Exactly.
wouldn't you
Wouldn't
want
it just
certain
sound like-
arguments?
Like the big,
I mean,
this one might work. Not really certain about it, but
I'm saying that this is the best explanation of the data when you compare it with other competing hypotheses.
Is it really? I mean, the whole point of the underdetermination of data was to show that how do you know that it's the best explanation? If both explanations can fit the data, then there's not more data that's going to solve that dilemma.
think it's more probable than not. He quotes me as to saying the Holy Spirit's witness is the basis for knowing Christianity to be true, and I affirm that. I think the fundamental way in which we know Christianity is true is through the objective inner witness of God's Holy Spirit, what I called the immediate knowledge of God himself in my fifth point. On the basis of that, we have a properly basic belief in the existence of God and the truth of Christianity. But when it comes to showing someone else that what we know through the witness of the Holy Spirit is true, here we appeal to argument and evidence as I've done tonight. And the arguments and evidence that I've appealed to are largely deductive arguments. This isn't retrospective evidentialism. These are deductive arguments. If the premises are true, then you cannot deny the conclusion on pain of irrationality because the conclusions follow with logical necessity from the premises. So the only way to deny the...
Well, they follow when I accept your presuppositions, and that has not been demonstrated. So I'm not going to lead, and in fact, they don't always follow because some of these arguments were non sequiturs, right? It does not follow from the causal chain that the first cause is the Christian God, and that was Hitchens' point.
Conclusion is you've got to show me which of the premises are false. That's why you've got that program insert with the premises in your program for these arguments. Mr. Hitchens needs to identify which premises of the argument he rejects as false if he's to reject the conclusions.
No, he doesn't, because he's questioning the paradigm and the premises, and that's what William Lane Craig isn't responding to.
Now, with respect to my cosmological argument, notice that he didn't dispute whatever begins to exist has a cause, nor did he dispute the philosophical and scientific arguments for the beginning of the universe. All he asked was the question, was there pre-existent material? The answer is no, there was not. As Barrow and Tipler point out, At this singularity, space and time came into existence.
So he appeals to Barrow and Tipler. So he does appeal to authority. When Aristotle, can I not just appeal to Aristotle? Oh, you're going to appeal to Barrow and Tipler? Well, Aristotle says that there's prima materia. Let's just appeal to authorities.
Literally nothing existed before the singularity.
Says who? Like, he's just saying these things, right? Well, Barrow and Tipler point out there was no time or space prior to the singularity. Daffy Duck says it. I mean, what are we doing here? This is driving me nuts. I mean, why would we? Hitchens' point was, I think, a little bit. It was actually more clever than William Lane Craig is even realizing, which is to say that
So if
Aristotle's argument is where you should end up, right? If you're going to follow the logic of Aristotle's causal chain, first cause, prima materia, it would lead you to the fact that God as pure act is eternally actualizing, and therefore there has to be eternal prime matter outside of ad extra other than God. And that is not the Christian view. But William Lane Craig's already said, I'm not interested in proving the doctrine of special creation. Okay, so thank you. Now we know you're not a Christian apologist. You're just doing paganism here.
the universe originated at such a singularity, we would truly have a creation ex nihilo, that is, out of nothing. And this isn't talking religion, folks. This is talking contemporary cosmology.
So now he's found contemporary cosmologists who affirm something that sounds like creation ex nihilo. What a stupid argument. This has to be just... I mean, who cares? All he has to say is, I don't care what
good.
Tipler and Barrow say.
So the first argument, it seems to me, is unrefuted. What about the fine-tuning argument? Here he said, well, scientists are terribly uncertain about the fine-tuning argument. Well, I think that's simply not the case. Sir Martin Rees, the Royal Astronomer Royal of Great Britain, has said,
why does he keep doing all this?
Is this whole argument just appeals to authorities? Like he's going to find the most esteemed lord of Cambridge and Oxford. Roger Penrose says, Lord so-and-so says, Lord Bertrand.
Yeah.
Well, how about, I'll just appeal to Lord Bertrand Russell. If we're going to just appeal
Now,
to the lords.
If he knew Hitchens had actually published or made an argument based on that person's authority, he could nail Hitchens by going, well, your own man. But he's not doing that. Like you said, Hitchens could be like, who cares? That guy's a bumbling idiot. Like, I have no respect for him. I tell you, no respect for him. He could just do a Rodney Dangerfield argument on him. And so it's really strange because he's doing that. They are actually appeal to authorities. And
why
Hitchens
doesn't,
nail him
by
on
the
that.
way, how come, do you hear people in debates calling out fallacies? It's almost like they forget to do this. I mean, now Bonson was great at this. He actually calls out in multiple debates. He will call out the fallacies, whether it's Stein or Tabash. I mean, if I was Hitchens, I would just be jumping on this and calling out these fallacies.
Universe appear to be finely tuned for our existence. Everywhere you look, there are yet more examples.
Here we go. This is the thing that's in question, fine-tuning. Hitchens did give a good response critiquing the fine-tuning argument and talking about it being arbitrary and ad hoc and ignoring other instances of not fine-tuning. Then here we are, he's back to saying, there's all these evidences of fine-tuning. It's everywhere. That's not a response to the challenge of what is the standard to know when it is and isn't fine-tuning, and how are you not being arbitrary?
Wherever physicists look, they see examples.
Again, wherever physicists look, they see fine-tuning. The question is, what is the justification for fine-tuning? Don't tell me that physicists appeal to fine-tuning. That is not a good argument.
Of fine-tuning. Ernan McMullen, philosopher of science, says it seems safe to say that later theory, no matter how different it may be...
Appeal to authority again, not an argument. Now, if he was appealing to their argument, it would be one thing. But he's not doing that.
Yes,
he's just quoting these people, famous physicists, scientists. That's okay if you want to bolster your case, right? If I was making an argument for the evidences around Christ, if I was going to say, look, there is good historical evidence for the existence of Christ. There's scholar blah, 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 and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. But to base my argument on the scholars and this physicist, that this is just terrible. I'm baffled because William Lane Craig did such a better job in the debate with Sam Harris.
Will turn up approximately the same numbers, and the numerous constraints that have to be imposed on these numbers seem both too specific and too numerous to evaporate entirely, so that it's very unlikely that this fine-tuning is going to vanish or be explained away.
So appeal to consensus, appeal to authority, appeal to academia. I mean, it's just I don't know. It's just going downhill. I mean, and I don't want to be mean to Dr. William Lane Craig, but this is not too far from the, burning failure claim that Matt Dillahunty had in the Jordan Peterson debate, which is that I have value because monkeys saw themselves as having value. Literally, that's what he said. I mean, that was one of the worst arguments I've ever heard. William Lane Craig is not at that point, but these are pretty bad.
Away. Now, Mr. Hitchens responds, but we're headed toward nothingness. We're ultimately going to be doomed, and therefore the universe is not designed. Well, now, this is not a very powerful objection. The temporal duration of something is irrelevant to whether it's been designed. The products of human intelligence and engineering, like computers and automobiles, will eventually decay and cease to exist, but that doesn't mean they weren't designed. I think the real objection he's getting at here is, why would God create mankind only to have it go extinct? But of course, you see, on the Christian view, that's false. That is an atheistic assumption. On the Christian view, life doesn't...
Yeah, on the Christian worldview, correct. And that's what we want to hear the justification and the argument for, which we've not heard yet.
Not end at the grave, and God has given assurance of this by raising Jesus from the dead. So the objection simply has...
Oh, did he say God has given the probability of this by raising Jesus from the dead? Or did he say God has given the assurance of this by raising Jesus from the dead? See, you are arguing for probabilities. You said Christianity can't be certain, it's probable. But you just quoted the Bible saying that God has given assurance by raising Christ from the dead. So even the verses you cite refute you.
No purchase against Christian theism. So it seems to me that the fine-tuning argument is also unrefuted. What about the moral argument? We saw that without God, there are no objective moral values. Mr. Hitchens agrees with this, and yet he himself affirms over and over again moral statements, like the moral reprobation of religious intolerance and violence in the name of religion. So he does affirm objective values, but without any basis for it. What I can offer him as a theist is a transcendent basis for the objective moral values and duties that...
No, you can't unless you give the context and the religion and the paradigm as a whole, right? There is no such thing as generic theism, which gives you morals. That's the point here. I can just say, okay, I believe in jihad. There we go, right? Are we on the same page?
Or Aristotle's monad.
Yeah.
Like that.
We both want to...
Odin. I believe in Odin. I believe in human sacrifice and cannibalism. It's an objective moral principle that I must eat my enemies.
Firm. Fourthly, the resurrection of Jesus. Again, there was no response to this. Let me simply quote N.T. Wright in his recent study of the resurrection.
It doesn't matter how many scholars in the New Testament or in modernity think that it's very likely that Jesus came on the scene with a lot of authority. That's how he began this argument. He said Jesus came on the scene with a lot of authority, and the scholars agree. He came on the scene with a lot of authority.
Resurrection. He says that the empty tomb and the appearances of Jesus have a historical probability so high as to be virtually certain, like the death of Augustus in AD 14.
Now, wait a minute. N.T. Wright says there's a large probability that it's virtually certain, almost, kind of. But he just read the text where Peter said God has given assurance of this by raising Christ from the dead.
Or the fall of Jerusalem in AD 70. So we are on very solid ground in affirming these three facts that I mentioned in my opening speech, and I can't think of any better explanation than the ones that the eyewitness gave, namely that God raised Jesus from the dead. Finally, the immediate experience of God. Unless Mr. Hitchens can show that I'm psychologically deranged or delusional, it seems to me I'm perfectly rational on the basis of my immediate experience of God to
You walked into that one, Billy.
believe that God exists and that therefore this for me is a properly basic belief. So I think all of these arguments stand intact despite his refutation. We've seen no argument for atheism. So clearly the weight of the evidence falls on the side of the scale for Christian theism tonight.
Yeah, where in the New Testament, for example, do we have any kind of presentation where the apostles go out? Now remember, the Bible, the New Testament includes in the book of Acts, Paul doing apologetics to pagans. Okay, Acts 17, Romans 1, they discuss the attitude of the apostles towards pagan revelation. Paul, the great apologist, goes out and does apologetics in Acts 17. Does he do anything like what you heard? Is there any New Testament statement that ever talks about the probability that Christianity may be true? The fool has said in his heart, there's no God. Right? We tear down the vain speculations and anything that tries to set itself up against the knowledge of Christ, right? Paul says that we do not give any credence to the wisdom of this world. It's foolishness before God. So again, we see the disparity between William Lane Craig, the apologist, and William Lane Craig, the supposed Christian.
All right, Hitchens, you're up.
What's that?
All right, Hitchens, you're up.
All right, and then we're going to close out after Hitchens and then call it, we'll do the rest of the super chats and close out.
Of the solar system to the Emperor Napoleon was asked, well, your model seems to have no room for a god in it, for deity. And he said, well, Your Majesty, it still all operates without that assumption. Now, here's what you would have to believe if you thought that this was all designed. Dr. Craig gave a slight parody of what I think about this. It could be true, but you'd have to imagine, let's say the human species has been, Homo sapiens has been with us. Some people say as long as 250,000 years, some say 200, some say...
Now, this is an interesting point in the sense that if evolution is true and God is just guiding the process of evolution, why do we need millions of years of death and decay? And I mean, what was the purpose of all that? And yes, I know in God's eyes, day is 1,000 years. I know that, but there is an interesting element here from Hitchens' side, which is just simply that if you're going to adopt evolutionary theory, then it really reorients the entire cosmos and the paradigm that you come from. And it's pretty clearly different than the paradigm of the church fathers and the Hebrew Bible. So if you want to try to mesh those two, you've got a huge project, right? The medieval synthesis project of Aquinas and the scholastics to try to meld Hellenism and the Bible. Mm-hmm. But I want to remind, if you looked at what we saw in Meyendorff for Orthodox Christians out there, what did the Synodicon and what did Byzantium by the Middle Ages determine? Determined that in the battle between Athens and Jerusalem won. Athens is mythology, foolishness, stupidity, and pagan nonsense, according to the Synodicon, according to the condemnations of John Italos, the condemnations of John Bekos, Michael Psellos, and the different medieval Byzantines who tried to resurrect Hellenic wisdom. And remember, there's a version of evolutionary theory in Hellenism in the ancient Greeks. Basil, in the Hexameron, responds to evolutionary theory, calls it foolishness, says it's pagan, stupidity, totally contrary to the biblical witness and to Orthodox theology. So it's pretty clear that if we're going to be Orthodox, we're not going to be able to go down that route. But William Lane Craig has already been boxed by accepting the entire evolutionary paradigm. Now he's on the grounds that William Lane Craig has. He's on Hitchens' paradigm, because he's already capitulated most of the key doctrines of Christianity already by accepting the theistic evolutionary presuppositions. So really, if Hitchens was a little more clever in debate, he could really seize this and pretty much demolish if he was. But I don't get the impression. I'm not a huge follower of Hitchens. I don't get the impressions that the impression that Hitchens is that studied in epistemology, because I don't think he's picking up. I mean, he's picking up on some things from perhaps the debate with presuppositionalists like Doug Wilson. But if he had, I think, a solid grasp of epistemology, he could really nail William Lane Craig here and seal the deal. But I don't know if he's sophisticated enough to do that. He's more of like a literary guy, politics guy, general kind of atheist type arguments type of guy. What do you think?
I think so too.
Say 100,000.
I mean, he should.
Francis Collins and Richard Dawkins.
What's that?
I mean, if he could go into the epistemology, you know what I mean? Like that's why I always go. You and I go to the epistemology. But,
yeah. I think he could win here if he knew what he was doing.
About this, it's not a very big argument. I'll just take 100,000 if you like. You have to imagine.
I mean, he's not as philosophically sophisticated as William Lane Craig, and I think that's like William Lane Craig has come off to the audience as philosophically superior, even though, in a way, William Lane Craig is not actually answering the not as sophisticatedly worded arguments from Hitchens.
That human beings are born. Well, actually, most of them, a good number of them aren't born. They die in childbirth or don't long outlive it. They're born into a terrifying world of the unknown. Everything is a mystery to them, everything from disease to volcanic eruptions. Everything is, their life expectancy for the first, I don't know, many tens of thousands of years would be lucky to be in the 20s, probably dying agonizingly over their teeth, poorly evolved as the teeth are, and from other inheritances from being primates, such as the appendix that we don't need, such as the fact that...
Oh, by the way, junk DNA and junk organs, vestigial organs, that's not Darwinian orthodoxy anymore. Those have a purpose now, we've decided, so all of these vestigial stupid arguments are no longer held. I don't know when this debate happened. Maybe it happened a long time ago.
Genitalia appear to have been designed by a committee. Other shortcomings of the species, exaggerated by the...
Our genitalia were designed by a committee of the shortcomings of human... That was a bizarre... I think he was making a joke, but... I mean, there is an element, I think, of the complexity of design here, right? Because what we've got is two people grappling with a fallen world, right? So William Lane Craig is trying to interpret the fallen world using natural philosophy, natural theology, without appealing to revelation, even though he was inconsistent and did here and there. And then Hitchens is trying to explain a world that's not designed, that has the appearance of design. So we've got two people interpreting the data, interpreting the evidence, and it's two conflicting worldviews. And until the worldviews are challenged, this debate is going nowhere.
By scarcity, by war, by famine, by competition, and so on. And for 98,000 years or so, heaven watches this with complete indifference. And then we know where your children go to school, by the way. Heaven watches this with total indifference, and then, with 2,000 years to go on the clock, thinks, actually, it's time we intervened. We can't go on like this. Why don't we have someone tortured to death in Bronze Age Palestine? That should teach them. That should give them the chance of redemption. You're free to believe that, but I think the designer who thought of doing it that way was a very cruel, capricious, random, bungling, and incompetent one. There
you go. The natural theology of philosophy leads you to the Gnostic God. When you try to interpret this world without revelation, it doesn't make sense.
Of this, Dr. Craig talks as if, okay, but since then there have been more people born, so it might have been a good time in terms of population growth. Well, there are a huge number of people in the world who still haven't even heard of this idea.
Yeah.
The news hasn't penetrated to them. Or where it has, it's been brought to them by people who Dr. Craig doesn't think of as Christians, such as Mormons, for example. And it's taught to them in many discrepant and competitive and indeed incompatible and violently irreconcilable ways. And there's been a lot of argument in the church and the churches all this time about, well, okay, what is the answer to that? What about all the people who never could have heard the good news, or who never will hear it, or still haven't been reached by it, and who've died not knowing about it? What happens to them? How can they be saved? Well, the argument is that it's...
This is a silly argument because, I mean, in the Orthodox view, we would have an explanation of this. We do know that, that God has the interest in the whole world being preached the gospel. But atheists love bringing this up because they're usually responding to a kind of a Western Protestant idea that everybody's damned unless you have been called by the Spirit and heard the gospel, right? So again, this is just an argument that doesn't really work for the Orthodox perspective because we have the cosmic scope of Christ's incarnation and redemption.
Somehow made retrospective. And with so many of these arguments, I just comment on these, well, how convenient. Because if you're willing to make assumptions of this kind, then really evidence is only ancillary to what you are advancing. Now, I didn't have the chance... Oh, and just on Mr. Wright, sorry, I scrolled a note to myself. In your first round, Doctor, you said that N.T. Wright, who's an impressive person, says that no explanation of the success of Christianity is possible that doesn't rest on the terms of its being true. In other words, Wright says it was so successful, it must have been, and the people were so strongly...
How silly an argument is this, by the way? I mean, Islam is equally as successful as Christianity in terms of numbers. I mean, what's this bar of success here? Numbers? I mean, qualitative or quantitative success? I mean, what if you have 10 people who are really convinced of the cult? Like, is that success? Right? So, I mean, the success of Christianity argument, or do we mean the expansion of Christianity quantitatively? This is just a terrible argument. As if there's some success that makes it true. Now, if this is an appeal to the predictions of prophecies of the nations converting, then maybe that would be a little better way to take that argument. But so far, that's a dumb argument.
Motivated to believe that it must have been true. I regard that as a very, very unsafe assumption. Or if it is a safe one, then it must surely apply to Islam.
Right.
And to Mormonism. I mean, these are two very, very, very fast-growing religions, have people prepared to sacrifice enormously for it, have ancestors who were absolutely...
I went to Joel Osteen's church, and I got zillions of dollars. It's a very successful religion. Right? It's a success. It's a hit.
Success.
We're a hit.
Woo!
The Moonies are a hit. It's a very successful. And what other explanation could there be for the success than the divine origin?
Determined of the truth of it at the time, and who made extraordinary conquests in its name. If you're going to grant this for one religion, it seems to me you have to be willing, not just willing, you may indeed be compelled to make this concession for all of them. And that, I think, would be not just an unsafe assumption, but for most of you here, a distinctly unwelcome one. Now, I didn't get the chance, because I out-talked myself, and I'm sorry for it, to get to the moral dimension. And I'm interested that the word objective morality is the one that Dr. Craig chooses. Usually arguments about morality are whether morality is, so to say, absolute, or whether it's relative. As to objectivity, I think it's a very good compromise word, by the way, and I'm very happy to accept it. But the problem with morality is this, in respect of religion. You can't prove that anyone behaves any better if they refer this problem upward to a supreme dictator of a celestial kind. There are two questions that I've asked in public, and I'll try them again, because I try them on every audience. They're very simple ones. First, you have to name for me, or challenges, let's say, rather than questions. You have to name for me an ethical action or an ethical statement or moral action, moral statement made or undertaken by a believer that I couldn't undertake or say, I couldn't state or do. I haven't yet had an example pointed out.
Now, this one, he's losing here. He's not understanding the difference between the action of doing or believing the same morals as a Christian. For example, an atheist can believe that he shouldn't murder, and justifying and grounding the belief in the morals. So they
always get this wrong. It's so strange.
They always do. And so this one,
I've got to figure out a reason why they missed that. Like, what is it that's
They don't
causing
understand.
them?
They don't know what it means to justify or give a grounding for something. They think
We're not saying
they
they
think
can't
it's
be
just being
moral,
descriptive.
but there would be no standard. So first and foremost, if there was no God, then you can't just come back. You can't actually then say any stand. You'd be a moral nihilist, or a subjectivist or something like that. I think that subjectivism and cultural relativism would eventually just reduce to moral nihilism, anyways. But that's different to say, because I do believe that there is a standard. Yes, you can act morally. However, you have no explanation of that from your worldview. Yeah, they can't get that.
Yeah. Just saying that an atheist can do it is not a justification or a ground or explanation. So this is a point for William Lane Craig. I'm going to have to not give that. But so far I've got Hitchens 3 points, William Lane Craig 2 points. So I think this one might go to Hitchens.
Of that to me. In other words, that a person of faith would have an advantage by being able to call upon divine sanction. Whereas if I ask you to think of a wicked act undertaken by someone in the name of God or because of their faith, you wouldn't have, or a wicked statement made, you wouldn't have that much difficulty, I think, in coming up with an example right away. The genital mutilation community, for example, is almost exclusively religious. The suicide bombing community is almost exclusively
Well, here's the problem
religious.
when you
There
make
are
a
injunctions for
general
genocide.
theistic, you open up yourself to
that
these sorts of
point,
criticisms.
In the Old Testament, there are injunctions and warrants for slavery and racism in the Old Testament too. There's simply no way of deriving morality and ethics from the supernatural. When we come to the question of the absolute, well, the most often cited one is the Golden Rule, the one that almost everyone feels they have in common. The injunction not to do to others as you wouldn't want them to do to you. This doesn't, in fact, come from the Sermon on the Mount or from Christianity, or it doesn't originate with it. It's certainly adumbrated by Rabbi Hillel, a Babylonian rabbi, and it's to be found in the Analects of Confucius too. It has, since we're talking about objective, relative, and absolute.
As if Christ wasn't who gave the Old Testament principle, which Rabbi Hillel was basing that on.
Yeah.
A crucial weakness in it, unfortunately. We'd like to be able to follow it, but it's only really as good as the person who's uttering it. In other words, if I say, I won't treat you as I don't want you to treat me, what am I to do when confronted with Charles Manson? I want him treated.
And here's the old canard too, where they begin to appeal to God mean. Me not like God mean in Old Testament, which they have no basis or standard to actually say any actions are mean. So these are canards, and by the way, they're also forms of appeal to emotion too, because
to appeal to emotion. Right. So I'm teaching out of this book right now, The Fundamental of Ethics, and actually in the chapter on moral nihilism, that basically says, and moral nihilism is actually consistent. They go a step further than the relativist, cultural relativists or individualists. And they'll just say moral statements aren't facts, and so there's nothing to be true or false about it.
Yeah, that's what Cosmic Skeptic said in the debate with Trent Horn.
Yeah, facts are like, water's H2O and stuff like that. And so what we really mean by, and they go into a theory called expressivism, what we really mean when we say that torture is immoral, you can't say true or false of that.
Yeah.
What we really, the meaning of that is something like torture. I have a reaction to it. Well, is torture grammatically and logically is torture, is that true or false? No. Or don't torture. Well, that's a command. Let me plan a life that does not include torturing others. So a description.
Yeah.
Want everyone please refrain from torture? So it's interesting. You could call him out on this. Given your worldview, you need to actually hold to something like moral nihilism. There's just scientific facts about the physical world. There isn't any. And so all you're telling me,
they're just statements of fact. There is statements. They're not ought.
I'm just I have a certain expression to it,
Yeah.
but you can't go and then immediately start making these moral absolutes.
Right.
Oh, how racism is so bad, and this culture's genitalia, what do you call it? Circumcision, so awful that they do that, and honor killings and blah
Yeah,
blah blah.
right.
So I'd call him on that. I'd be like, you're a hypocrite and you're contradicting yourself.
Yeah.
Treated in a way that I wouldn't want to be treated myself. Anything else would surely be completely relativistic. So the argument isn't at all advanced by saying that I couldn't know any of this. I couldn't have any moral promptings. I couldn't decide for myself if I see a pregnant woman being kicked in the stomach, that because she's pregnant, that's obviously worse than if it was just a woman who wasn't pregnant being kicked in the stomach. This is part of my patrimony as a human being. It's part of the essential emotional solidarity that I need to have with my fellow creatures to make us realize that we are brothers and sisters, one with another. We are dependent upon each other. We have duties. We have expectations of one another. And that if we didn't have these and try and fulfill them, we couldn't have got as far as we have. We couldn't have evolved as a species. We couldn't have ever had a society. There's never been a society found where rape and murder and perjury are not condemned. And these...
That's not true. What is he talking about? I mean, there's plenty of situations. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define rape or define murder. But plenty of societies have allowed for rape and murder. So I don't know what he's talking about. I mean, he just argued that the Old Testament condoned rape and murder. So what's he talking about?
Yeah, and if you, in certain cultures, if you were of a lower class, you couldn't have any. There wouldn't be any legal or moral merit to rape.
Right.
If it was
These
somebody from a higher
moral
class.
Yeah.
That's fine.
discoveries or absolutes, if you want to call them that, long predate the arrival of anything recognizable as monotheism. It's a bit like the argument of free will. People say, well, how do you have free will? Do you think you do have it? Well, it's a very, very difficult subject indeed. Some religions say you don't, in effect, have it. That all is determined by heaven. You're really only a plaything in a larger game. I take that to be some of the point of Calvinism. There are some schools of Islam also that say it is only as Allah wills. There's no will of yours really involved, as long as you're willing to make the prostration and the obedience. So the connection between religion and free will isn't as simple, as easy as some people like to think it is. But
it's kind of all over the place. I don't know how this is relevant to William Lane Craig, except that, I mean, I guess in a sense you could say, what form of Christianity or theism are you even representing? And of course, this is another big flaw in William Lane Craig. Being heterodox, he doesn't have an actual form of Christianity. It's whatever he thinks, right? It's a lowest common denominator evangelicalism because he doesn't have a church.
Yeah. I'm going to actually reject all the councils. I'm going to go with my church of substance dualism that I created.
Yeah.
But I would say, yes, I think we have free will. When asked why I think so, I would have to take refuge in philosophical irony and say, because I don't think we have any choice but to have free will. But at least...
Well, that's a nice little rhetorical joke, turn of phrase, but that is not an argument. So that is actually a good question we could ask Hitchens. On what basis do you actually believe in free will, duties, and moral agency given the rest of your worldview? And he wouldn't be able to answer that. He's basically saying, I don't know, I don't have an answer. So it's just some...
I don't have an answer. Watch me tell this joke.
Yeah, right, exactly. Let's do some comedy. Let's do some stand-up and then move on.
I know, at least I know at this point that I'm being ironic, and that some of the irony is at my own expense, and it's a risk I have to be willing to run. But the Christian answer is, of course you have free will. The boss insists upon it. This somewhat degrades the freedom and redefines the idea of will. And it seems to me also that there's something degrading in the idea of saying that morality is derived in the same way, that it comes from on high, that we ourselves are not good enough, that we don't have the dignity, we don't have the self-respect, we don't have the character.
Well, the argument isn't that Christianity grounds morals because we're not good enough. The argument is a metaphysical argument about where to locate and in what way
Yes.
to have a meaningful moral objective standard. And that's what he's not understanding. So he's not actually replying to the specific question about the justification of morals and their grounding. And no atheist ever can, by the way. Of course, if you listen to the Trent Horn Cosmic Skeptic debate, this is where Trent Horn clinched the debate and won, because he actually cross-examines Cosmic Skeptic on this point, and Cosmic Skeptic just melts.
To know a right action or a right statement when we see it or when we want to perform it. It's this servile element in religion. It's not strictly speaking the subject of our debate this evening, I know, but I'm damned if I completely forego it.
Well, you're servile in religion, right? But in atheism, which he just admitted he has no basis to believe in actual freedom and free will and liberty, you're a servant of the meaningless, chaotic forces of chemical reactions in nature. So you're going to be a servile agent in his system, even more so than the worldview where you have a grounding for the basis for the metaphysical principles of free will and personalism.
It's the idea that buried in the religious impulse is actually the wish to be unfree, is the wish for an immovable, unchangeable, celestial authority.
This is an emotive argument that
Yes, it is.
You really only want to be Christian or to believe in Christianity because of a psychological motivation of fear and the fear of your own liberty and freedom. We've seen this in multiple atheists now. It's a fallacy. I don't know why they keep doing it. It's the appeal to emotion. It's the Bertrand Russell. You're only a Christian because you're weak. Right?
Yep.
That's not an argument.
And of heavenly North Korea that will take our decisions away from us and commit us only to worship and praise and thank a great leader and his son, the dear leader, forever and ever and ever. I'm so glad there's no evidence that this is true. Thank you.
All right, we're going to call it that at that point because we're going on for a long time here, and I don't think the debate's going to get any more sophisticated than maybe some more rebuttals along the same lines. He really dropped the ball there in that last bit of just trying to do the typical atheist emotional appeals and make you feel like, oh, you're a Christian because you're weak and you're scared, and we can't justify things like free will, but I'll just accept the contradictions of life and let me do a bunch of rhetoric and let me do a bunch of stand-up, and maybe then I can win you over. All rhetoric. Most of the time, we've seen the atheists falling back on just pure rhetoric. I will give Hitchens 3 points for the good questions that he asked at certain points in the debate that were not replied to by William Lane Craig. But I feel like Hitchens really dropped the ball towards the end there and didn't answer a couple of the objections of William Lane. So I'm actually going to give this as a tie. I feel like it was a 3.
Yeah, I felt like at the end. If he didn't go into that, if he stuck with the arguments,
right,
he didn't even have to make further arguments. He could have just re-summarized.
Yeah, exactly.
His main points. Right. He would have actually won the debate.
Yeah. So, but I'm going to give this as a stinker tie. I don't really think either position won. I mean, William Lane Craig did not present a coherent or convincing argument for Christianity, and he even admitted that. He's even admitted that there's no doctrine of special creation here. It's just a probabilistic argument about causation. And I mean, yeah. So, really, really bad showing here. William Lane Craig did much better against Sam Harris, but yeah. So, this is a key debate to understand why natural theology is worthless. All right, let's get back to the super chats here as we close. Last one was Flying Virtue. Thank you for that $50 big fat super chat. I give this debate 4 cheesecakes. That's right. John Hoffman, $20. Thank you, Jay and Father Deacon. Keep these coming. Well, we intend to. I think next, Father Deacon and I are going to do a forgotten Bonson debate, the Bonson-Tabash debate. Everybody knows Bonson-Stein, but there's another good debate that's equally as good in a different way, which is the Bonson-Tabash debate, which we will critique next. Gen Z Philosophy, $5. Thank you, Jay, for helping bring me to Christ. That's awesome. God bless. God. And I'm soon to be baptized in the Orthodox Church. Thank you also, Father Deacon.
God bless. Glory to God.
Amen. Tall City, $10. I appreciate you both. Jay, have you or would you do a video on Life of the World by Father Schmemann? I guess I could. It was one of the first books I read about 10 years ago when I was Protestant and kind of looking at Orthodox and Roman Catholic arguments. Now, wait a minute. Let me rethink that. When did I read Schmemann? I had Schmemann as a Protestant, and I didn't read him. And then when I was Roman Catholic and looking at Orthodoxy, I read that book. That's right. So I was scared to read it. Actually, my pastor told me that I'd be in trouble if I read Schmemann, so I was scared to read it. I actually hid it for a while. But it's a decent book introducing Protestant to the Eucharist. That's the kind of book that is. I don't know if I'll do a talk on it. Squid sauce, $1. Jay, you must answer the Euthyphro dilemma because you've never addressed it. Yeah, I have. We've addressed it many times. By the way, I'm 5 years old, and I don't know about the difference between Eastern philosophy and Platonism. Yeah, you're not
Somebody
5
said they're
years old.
5 years old.
And you sound like the guy who came into Discord a year ago and argued with me over the Euthyphro dilemma. So, no.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I was there for that.
Well, I was talking about how we don't accept that the propositions are definitional of God, and that since we have the essence-energy distinction, God is not identical to his commands or to the definitions that we have of him. And this guy was insisting that God is definitional in some propositional sense, and I was like, it's just total. We don't have that view. Borky Boy, $20. Stay classy. We will. I promise you, Borky Boy. And for $20, I will be $20 classy.
Classier.
Classier. Mick Ale, $15. God bless. Christopher Hitchens sounds like Tim Curry. He does. That's a good point. And his soul looks like Tim Curry in Legend. Vladiro, $3.91. That's because Tim Curry was the devil.
Yeah, I remember that.
I've personally met a fair amount of Catholics and Anglicans that believe the out of Africa theory and evolution, about evolution. Yeah, a lot of people do.
Surprised.
But it's a goofy view. I've never heard them say that God directed evolution to man's form and then placed the soul in them. Well, that's the typical theistic evolution view. If you read most famously Pius XII's encyclical Humani Generis, that's the whole point. Pius says that a Catholic can believe in evolution so long as he believes that God miraculously puts the soul at some point into an Adam and Eve that were produced from all these Geico cavemen. Pano Costuros, $3. Dawkins be balking his cousin. That's right. He does affirm incest, I think, right? Haven't some of these atheists have said there's nothing wrong with incest? For someone who was supposedly a pioneer expert in the survival of the species, the dude couldn't successfully propagate his own lineage. Well, a lot of the atheists don't actually live up to what they say. But I guess if you're an atheist, it doesn't matter. You don't have to live up to anything. So thank you so much, guys, for doing all of these debates and critiques. Well, thank you, Panos. Much appreciated. Tyler Sirianni, again, 235. When you pray to God or Jesus, how do you know that it's not a demon answering your prayer? Well, I guess it depends on what you're asking for. Father Deacon, you want to answer that?
Yeah, this might be the same person that asked this question before. You're not praying to a demon. Hopefully that's what's happening. That you're directing and whether you're Orthodox or not, when you have an intention, God hears your prayers. Now, obviously, demons can put in temptations into your mind, and they could arrange things to make you think that, it's being answered by a demon, but only God hears your prayers. Demons don't have access to that. And you're not praying to a demon. That's the number one question.
Yeah.
You're praying to God.
Right. All right, let's see. Ken Dreamer, $10. I do not have any witty comment. I'm just supporting the stream.
Thank you.
We thank you, and you don't have to have a witty comment.
Nope.
I Hidayah, $30. 3 points to Gryffindor for the smart British accent. But God is still the king. And thank you for another enlightening Friday night, Jay. Well, thank you. And yes, God is the king. And we'll give Harry Potter, Hitchens Potter, his due respect. John, $5. Jay, I love your work, but you go too hard on non-Orthodox brothers in Christ. Well, we're not going too hard on them. A non-Orthodox person isn't in the body of Christ. So it's not being mean or being unfair to them. We don't think that the heterodox are part of the same body. And William Lane Craig is explicitly an Apollinarian. So that's a Christological heresy. So I can't accept an Arian, right, any more than I can accept an Apollinarian. So I think you have to reorient your doctrine of the body of Christ and the church to be consistent.
Here's a good way for Protestants to think about this. Would they make the same arguments towards Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons?
Right.
And then they'll say, well, they're not part of the body, right? And they'll make their arguments for, well, obviously we see the same thing. That is the fullness of faith and the Christology and Christ's question, who do you say that I am, is really important. It's not these vague terms. Oh, I just believe he's the Son of God. Well, you know, there's all kinds of, I guess the Mormons believe he's the Son of God, and Jehovah's Witnesses. But we're not being mean to the person. We love the person. If you remember 2 Corinthians 10:5, we demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. And we take captive every thought and make it obedient to Christ. So I know that sometimes people get this confused and that they'll make it personal. It's not personal, it's the ideas that we're attacking. Yeah. And we want to demolish those arguments and ideas so they don't have anything to hold on. You're removing the obstacles, and we want them to come to Christ in his fullness in the Eastern Orthodox Church. So we just have to suss that out. We're attacking ideas. We love the person, so we don't make it personal.
And I put the good article by Perry, which is a critique of William Lane Craig's whole sort of philosophical mistake and theological heterodox, approach. So you can read that essay if you want to see explicitly why we're saying that William Lane Craig is wrong. Perichoresis, $10. Natural theology often makes me think of Wittgenstein's ladder. They utilize an autonomous apologetic method which does not assume or look at the authority of Christ exactly. They use it like a ladder to climb up to the acceptance of Christ's claims, which entail that he has authority. Right. Mm-hmm. So they're sitting on God's lap the whole time that they slap him, Van Til says. Exactly. Squid sauce. LOL, I was being sarcastic. Let's see, what was Squid Sauce's comment? Oh, Euthyphro Dilemma. Okay, yeah. So he was just joking. Well, thank you, Squid Sauce. All right. Excellent. 4-hour stream tonight. Another good one. Father Deacon, anything you want to plug before we close it out?
No, yeah.
I've got his link, by the way, everybody. Father Deacon's channel is linked. You can follow him at in the show notes.
And let's do some more of these. And what else do you think, Jay, we should do?
Well, I think definitely we want to do the Bonson Tabash debate because we want to do a really good debate. And then there is another, let's see, somebody said, please do the Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson debate. So that's another one.
Oh, I remember. Because people do still have a difficult time understanding what the transcendental argument for the existence of God is, how that's different in kind of a generic form versus the Orthodox use of an understanding of a transcendental argument for the existence of God versus a transcendental argument versus what the formal structure of that argument is and how that all relates to knowledge and our critiques of classical foundationalism and any variety of foundationalism. So people really get those confused. and how I'm able to present both disjunctive and a modus ponens form of an argument to illustrate the kind of movement that we're going through to point out what the transcendental argument for the existence of God is. But just remember, all arguments start with assumptions, and we're just taking to first things first. What's the argument for arguments? So in order for me to even justify the use of validity of a disjunctive, syllogism, or modus ponens, you have to have that grounded.
And you just want to read this simple book, Critique of Pure Reason by Kant. I'm joking. You don't want to read that book. I'm just
and kidding. Another thing a lot of people ask us is, well, is there one simple book that just I could read that critiques foundationalism, or that explains an orthodox view of how we approach apologetics and use of these kind of presuppositions of starting with the faith first? No, there is no simple book. This is involved in reading all the fathers and immersing one's life within the church, in the spirit of the church, the phronimos. And you start to realize that it's different than this. It's different than the way these people argue. In fact, the Orthodox life's fundamentally a different life and view from everything else. So there's no simple, I'm sorry, guys, there's no simple just one book out there until we come out with our book.
There will be one day, yes, and it will be an 800-page commentary on this simple book, Critique of Pure Reason by Kant.
That's right.
I'm just joking.
Oh, that's the same edition I have too. Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Thanks,
Thank you,
guys. God bless.